Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Good evening. I hope everyone is well. We have a late start tonight. It is 1:30 in the morning. Normally we start at 9 o'clock, but I finished work at 8:30, got home, had to potter around, do a few things, get Charlotte ready for bed, and Mrs. Crouch has asked if I can take Charlotte to school in the morning. So I thought I'd spend a little bit of extra time just doing a few bits and pieces around the house, given I've got to be out for the whole night now to take the ninja to school in the morning. And I thought, look, why not take the opportunity to actually pop a stream on, have a bit of a mess around. I'm all dressed up in my fancy duds. We're chilling out at the Voyager bar here over in Orison. Go for a little adventure in the CARRACK. Who knows what we get up to? Who knows what we get up to? We'll find out. But before we can go any further, ladies and gentlemen, Dogs13, how are you, my friend? Mr. Acorn, thank you for joining me. You know the drill. You know the drill. I'm not going to make a big deal of it tonight because it's late. And I just want to have one of these delicious biscuits with my beautiful hot chocolate. Ladies and gentlemen, though, just to refresh your mind, refresh your memory. Maybe you've never heard of a Tim Tam before. It is, my friends, the best biscuit in the world. It is 2 chocolate biscuits with a bit of chocolate in the middle, and it's all wrapped up in chocolate. It is a delicious chocolate treat. We are going to use this Tim Tam like a straw to slurp up our hot chocolate. It is called the Tim Tam Slam here in Australia. It is the best treat you could have. That hot drink through the biscuit melts the inside of it and turns it into a delicious gooey mess. And before it melts and drips everywhere, we need to shove it in our cake hole. And it is delicious. Mr. Rhino, how are you? Joining us also on Twitch, thank you. And then, once we've had our Tim Tam and fed my sweet tooth, we can go on an adventure aboard the good old Queen Charlotte. I'm going to have 2. Why not? Because I'm a bit hungry and a bit greedy. I hope everyone's had a fantastic weekend. We jumped on last night and did a whole bunch of combat. A whole combat stream. I haven't done one of those for a long time. And it was so much fun. I really enjoyed it. I was contemplating jumping on and doing that again, but I just thought I want to take this opportunity to mess about, outfit the CARRACK, which I love doing. It's just a massive waste of time because every time I do it, I end up crashing it and we just lose everything.
Just another day then.
Well, it's fun. So good. Let's jump in. Oh yeah. Wipe the chocolate off my fingers on my tracky dacks. Mr. Campaign Terrain on the old YouTube. I'd like to give you credit, but I first heard of the Tim Tam Slam from Kylie Minogue in an interview with Graham Norton. It is, like Kylie Minogue, an Australian classic. So I ducked over to Orison to pick up some fresh duds. Grab some food. Because if I'm going to be adventuring around in aboard the Queen Charlotte, you know, we need to have some proper food and have some proper clothing and, you know, just enjoy it. Get a bit thematic. You know, look at this man here. I need to find my glasses. Might take a quick trip back to Lawville and find some glasses because that's what this character is really missing. And I still don't have the face correct. It was better before I had to bloody reinstall everything. And I lost my save of my character. But this guy He's close, but he's not close. Wee, that chick at the bar had on the same outfit as Argo's fancy duds. Because he's just kicking it here, waiting to get over to Art Corp for Invictus this year. Who's excited for Invictus? Anyone got any plans to pick anything up? I'm looking forward to getting my Star Lance attack. I was thinking I'd take out the Freelancer tonight, or the Star Lancer. But I thought I'd take the CARRACK out. Mr. Acorn, did I tell you how much store credit I got ready, Crouch? No, you did not. How much store credit do you have ready? I've been contemplating just melting my entire fleet. Now that I've sort of gotten used to the fact that you can melt stuff and then use the store credit or buy stuff back, you don't really lose it. You know, I don't think any of the ships I've bought have drastically increased in price, but if you do have a ship that you bought years ago for $200 and it's now $340, if you melt it, you can buy it back at the price you paid for it using your store credit. But you can only do that a limited number of times per month. And another thing I really enjoy about just cruising around is that if you're just walking around everywhere, doors open, except this one because it's a bit skew-if, more appropriately because, you know, you're not sprinting up to the door, it's got time to open. Look at all the bottles on the floor, even here in posh Orison. I love Orison, it's so nice. I can't wait for the Orison platform missions to come back. I don't think they're accessible here. Let's get some music on. Do we have music playing? Oh yeah. Yeah, the Orison missions would be really nice to have back. Might do a little bit of hauling in the CARRACK, who knows? Maybe we'll do a couple of commodity runs. You know, buying some stuff and selling it. You have $1,870 in store credit, Acorn. Incredible. How much numbers? Do you still also have your Polaris? Or did you melt the Polaris as well? Because that would add a pretty penny to that that little cash bank right there. You've got one Polaris left. That's right. You had two at one stage, didn't you? Can you buy someone's buyback from them? You know, if someone bought like the Polaris for $600 or whatever it was, and it's now worth $900 or whatever, can you buy their $600 buyback? How does that work? I know all sorts of fancy stuff. I love all these like flower petals and stuff blowing around. And what I really want to do while I'm here is get the Queen Charlotte over to some of the let's turn that music down a little bit. Get the Queen Charlotte over to some of the platforms for a couple of screenshots. Runner, you've got 4 ships you can't melt. You can only upgrade those. Bummer. Yeah, but they have to buy it with real cash. So you have to send them cash buck dollary dues. That's right. If they buy it with store credit. Well, that doesn't really work then, does it? If somebody bought a Polaris for $600, right? And then melted it, and they have it in their buyback. Oh, I see. So you'd then send them $600 plus whatever commission they want. They then use that money to buy that from their buyback using cash buck dollary dues, not store credit. And because you've spent cash buck dollary dues, or they have, they then gift you that ship. Gotcha. Dude, there's no terrible rush.
Shuttle will be departing.
That's why people collect buybacks, because the price is locked. Yes, I see. I see. That was the wrong vaporizer. That one is empty. Oh. Burning cotton. Yeah. Oof. I can't wait for these Orison missions to come back. So I have no idea what the plan for tonight is. I'm just going to be floating around. I'm going to spend some time messing about in the CARRACK. I've been contemplating what ships I put aboard the CARRACK. If I put, its little companion ship, the Pisces in there, up in the top hangar. A couple of ground vehicles down below.
If this is your stop, please prepare to disembark.
Or do I put a couple of Furies up top?
Last call for passengers.
Again, from the expectation of having the ship, player ready to, get some group activity happening aboard the Queen Charlotte. I did mess about today, actually. Let me bring it up. Actually, I'll bring up the, let me bring up the Illustrator file. I spent some time messing about with the Crouch Consolidated Industry logo. The CCI, I had a whole bunch of info on the Discord ages back about CCI, which was sort of like a narrative, sort of semi-role-play sort of group. But I spent some time messing about with the Crouch Consolidated. It was originally called Crouch Consolidated Industries. But then I was like, Crouch Consolidated Industry sounds better. And then I got all googly and Microsofty. And I was like, they need to have hexes, right? Because everything in the future is hexes. And then I got my super Google fill on and combined them into one hex and quartered it.
The next shuttle is approaching.
I was like, I don't really like that. I mean, I had the 4 colors on there, right? For mining, hauling, security, and salvage. And then I put this one on the Discord.
Last call for passengers. The shuttle
What do
is
people
preparing to
prefer?
depart.
A or B? I like A because it introduces a bit of negative space here. You're leaving a gap in the void, so to speak. But then this one was also quite nice. Why does it look like the Crusader logo? What does the Crusader logo look like? Let's have a look. It's got the sword in it, right? Crusader Industries. Yeah, Crusader. And then the Industries in there. This is quite a nice logo. I like this.
The next shuttle is approaching the station.
All the work that they've put in to, all the branding and everything in the game is really, really good.
Last call for passengers. The shuttle is preparing to depart.
I don't know, it just looks like it's pre-existing. Oh, well, that's great, because if it seems like it's pre-existing, then it fits. It feels right. You don't have to decipher it. It just naturally feels like it exists. That's a wonderful compliment. Thank you, Acorn. I appreciate that. I know that's not what you meant, but...
Missed your shuttle? Not a problem.
You think it needs to have industries?
At Orison's Skyway shuttle service. More flights.
Like
the
this
next
one?
shuttle is approaching the station. The next shuttle.
I mean, the company is all about industry.
Last call for passengers. The shuttle is preparing to depart. The next shuttle is approaching the station. Providing connections to all major platforms. Last call for passengers. The shuttle is preparing to depart.
All right. So, I've got a bunch of stuff here that we need to get aboard the Queen Charlotte. So I'm going to have a bit of messing about because, unfortunately, we can't carry satchel bags or anything when we're wearing some
A
clothing.
friendly reminder to check for your personal belongings before and after.
I don't think
all
there's
shuttle
anything
flights.
else I really need from Orison. Picked up some food, picked up some drinks, got myself some fancy new duds. But you are involved in different industries. Yes? Does it look like the Consolidated Outlands logo? Let's have a look what theirs looks like. Consolidated Outland. So theirs is very... This is a very car sort of logo, isn't it? I can really see this on a car. Very sleek, stylish logo, that one. So Ryan reckons it should be Consolidated, Crouch Consolidated Industries, hey? That's what it originally was.
You are fined 1 credit for a violation of the verbal morality statute.
Finding that other bloke, both for wearing armor and for running. Amazing. Amazing. I really need to get some glasses.
Hey.
Hey. I guess I could pick up a plushie while I'm here. I probably got a whole bunch back. Oh, actually, maybe not. I don't think I went on a plushie buying spree after the wipe. I had heaps of them at one stage.
Welcome.
Sick of settling for the same old shit? Looking to expand your fleet without emptying your bank account? Ready to take your trip to the next level? Sounds like you're ready to rent with Vantage. With dozens of vehicle options and a wide range of sizes.
Oh yeah, I've disabled it on foot, haven't I?
Is a new way to look
I haven't gotten used to playing
Hey.
with the Toby. In fact, it might actually be quite nice when I'm just casually walking around. Disabled during FPS. Let's put this on to no.
2955 marks the centennial anniversary of the first orbital platform built on
Hey.
Earth. Join us in celebrating 100 years of incredible engineering and the tireless efforts of those who work every day to keep Orison afloat.
I think it's quite difficult to actually fall off the platform. You kind of have to do it on purpose.
Welcome.
Whammers. Nice burger would be good right now.
Ground crew needed at dispatch. Ground crew report to dispatch.
All right. I don't think I could fight combat with, you know, the Tobian
Welcome
FPS.
to the ASOP vehicle retrieval
It does
system.
change things quite a lot. Maybe I should try it. All right, where is the ANVIL CARRACK?
Vehicle selected. Stand by. Your vehicle has been delivered
Mr.
to the
Motherfig.
following location.
Oi, oi. How are you?
Commander, Twitch is
Goodbye.
broadcasting an alert.
Hey.
Flossie69 can't get enough Tim Tam slams. They've been subscribed for 12 months. 07.
Flossie, my friend, 12 months. What a legend. You'd find a way, would you, CT? I'd be splat on the surface. He's done himself a bestman, bastard. Well, there is no surface. Crusader is a gas giant. You just continue falling until you got crushed. From the pressure. Oh, there is a solid core, is there, Acorn? Sorry, you're late. You got sucked into the black hole that is Planet Crafter. All good, Motherfig. No need to apologise. It's not like, you know, it's required viewing, you know. I certainly do appreciate people tuning in, so thank you, Motherfig, for coming and hanging out. And I'm sorry I interrupted your Planet Crafter. The CARRACK. Alright, we're going to have to do a bit of messing around. Because to get everything out of our inventory, we need a bakupaku. Because I don't think the pockets on my fancy suit here is going to cut it. Looking for uncommon lava, are you? I don't know what Planet Crafter is. Obviously, given that, I've never played it. Can we dock on the CARRACK? How does docking work? When you come to a station that's got a docking, platform, you hold N, right? No, no docking on the CARRACK. Let's get a little bit of motion going. So when I retrieved this CARRACK, there were these two boxes on the inside, so one of them's got a few bits and pieces in it. A couple of vests, $10,000 worth of vests there. What's this vest got in it? Who knows? Mystery. A couple of Atlas there. The regular Argo Atlas and the Atlas Geo. Oh, let's slow down whilst we're aboard the ship, please. No running around. It's a bit unnecessary. It's how injuries happen. It would be super sweet if the mess hall had like a little locker in it, in like one of the little fridges or something that you could, open to put food and stuff in. All right, let's get changed. Oh dear. Oh dear. We need an undersuit. I know where the undersuit is. All right, full power. Maximum acceleration. Bloody hell. The undersuit is in the inventory here at Orison. It's an oldish game that's got an update, hey motherfig. Your son started playing it, so I've been helping, which made me look at my save, and now 2 days later... It's good fun re-exploring old games. I'm not sure if I'm going to look at the Oblivion Remastered. Everybody seems to be playing it. All right. Undersuit. Right. Back aboard the ship to get some armor and a backpack. And then we should be able to snafu all of our clothing. We might need to make a second trip for all the food and drink. And then we can go on an adventure. Do a little bit of combat, do a little bit of mining. Need to get a ground vehicle in here. Yeah, again, I was saying before, I'm not sure if I should put the Pisces in here or two Furies up in the hangar. You've watched enough of it on YouTube, motherfig, so you don't have to play it. I was really excited when they redid well, not Neverwinter Nights, but you know, when they released Neverwinter, which was the MMO set in the same realm. That was good fun. We played a lot of Neverwinter. But again, it didn't have that same feel. I don't think I'm ever going to get that feeling again. It was probably just me at that stage in my life, in my, you know, early 20s. The game, the technology at the time. You know, that nostalgic feeling. I don't think I'm ever going to get that back, because that was a point in time sort of sensation, right? Yeah, I'm getting my steps in today, CT, for sure. Look at him go! Yes, yes. Alrighty. Can't quite fit everything, hey? I didn't expect to be able to do so. Yeah, if the mess hall had like a little... I mean, it doesn't need to be physicalized. I don't need to be able to see the food in the cupboard, but, you know, to be able to open one of the fridges and have it open like a little locker would be nice and thematic. Space cowboy music. Let's go. Feels wrong to be running around with this music on. Alright, one more trip. Maybe two. Actually, we could probably go this way. This might cut a little bit of time. Get pooped out the back of the ship. Mr. Potato, how are you, my friend? We're just chilling out tonight. Listening to some Space Cowboy music. Well, this track just came on, but... we can carry everything. And just chilling out aboard the Queen Charlotte. The good old ANVIL CARRACK. With some random adventures. Want to go collect a bunch of guns and stuff and fill up the weapon racks and... I've outfitted this CARRACK so many times with all the in the crew quarters with, you know, armor, you know, uniforms, clothing, all that sort of stuff for crew. Outfitted all the weapon racks, and every time I've done it, within 2 hours I've destroyed the ship. All right. That's why we're here, Mother Pig. Yeah, so a couple of bunkers. We need to loot some. Weapons and stuff. I don't think we can actually open any of the cupboards here in the mess hall. You see, like one of these cupboards, just, you know, allow us to open the cupboard and it just opens an inventory screen so we can stash our food and stuff in there. Normally I put little 1/8 SCU boxes in here and fill them full of food and drink and stuff. I mean, I could litter the table with food, but... And I have put, you know, drinks and stuff on here before. It's a lot of effort. No, don't drink that. Oh, actually, we do need to drink that. Might as well. There's no bin aboard. We need some 1/8 SCU boxes. Mr. Blighty, how are you, my friend? I used to use sometimes the CARRACK to go rock mining. I love the CARRACK for rock mining, man. We've been rock mining in the CARRACK many times. Could have just copy pasted the C&R Pisces food cabinet. Yeah, 100%. Excuse me. Open my freaking door, man. Thank you. I've got to bring a loot box in here. Alright. A little bit of server lag going on right now, hey? Alright, let's move all this stuff. Let's get changed. It's very Captain-esque. I wish we could get hats, man. Hats would be sweet. I know that there are some hats, but you know, we need a greater variety of hats. We need the hair and facial guy working on hats next. All right, now we're dressed to explore in a CARRACK. Wonder if you could just use a Geo box for bins. Yeah, normally I just use a 1/8 SCU box. I want to fly over to some of the platforms and get a couple of screenshots. So as the CARRACK expeditions continue, I've got some nice screenshots to use. That red over there. Oh man, I took the most amazing picture at the airport last night. Was it last night? No, it was today. Just the sunset, because I did an afternoon shift, 1 till 8:30. And the sunset was absolutely gorgeous. Wonder if I can land on this platform if we're still too close. I know you can't land on all of the platforms. It's so much fun flying around Orison in a Pisces. Of course it's going to be nighttime, isn't it? And you kind of expect the CARRACK to have some big chunky lights all around it. Don't really get to see the silhouette properly here at night time. I guess you need a lighter colored background. One day we will have penthouses where we can land like this and call it home. It's going to be so good. Player-owned accommodation is going to be amazing. I want my own apartment, man. I love my hangar, but I want my own apartment, my own house. Flossie, you've been flying the raft lately. Lights on there are amazing. Lights on that are amazing, yeah. We're here at the wrong time of day, sadly.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Commander. Which is broadcasting the web.
Motherfig gifted a subscription.
Hey.
Welcome to the After Dark Slam Squad Dogs 13_. Enjoy the Tim Tams. Motherfig gifted a tier 1 sub to Dogs 13_. They have given 15 gift subs in the channel.
15 gift subs, Motherfig. What a legend. Welcome to the Crouch Potatoes, dogs. Taco Tikla. The CARRACK needs more love from CIG. Just continue with the fix with the cargo bay and adding a second entrance. Only then the CARRACK will be complete. Well, the CARRACK's got a lot of things that needs to be complete. But yes, a second entrance definitely required. Formerly known as as Rude Boy. Well, hello, Rude Boy. The Taco Tickler, rebranded. It needs its cargo pods. Oh God, that's a light pole. I don't think I'm going to be able to land on this little platform here. It needs its cargo pods working properly, i.e. dropping down to the ground like they're supposed to. These trees going to get in my way. Need to land on one of the bigger grassy knolls. It definitely needs a second entrance, and it definitely needs its cargo pods to be working as the bare minimum. And then obviously all of its other features it's supposed to have, including its cartography deck, needs to be fully operational. Calypsia, how are you? Oh, hi. Oh, goodness. What have I landed on top of? Just about to get something to eat. I hope it's tasty. Is it scrumptious? Got to get back here during the day. We got a very similar shot to this one just before. In fact, I think we might have even been on this exact platform. She's doing a bit of bouncy around, isn't she? It's not really helping out my screenshots. Emily, how are you? CARRACK hype! Such a lovely ship. I love it so much. Welcome to the Queen Charlotte. Come back. Activate cruise control. Atreyu.
Standing by to assist you, Commander.
Activate cruise control.
Acknowledged.
Mother figure considering the tack, but you know you shouldn't. Why shouldn't you? Why? Star Citizen is a hobby, And all hobbies cost money. And those hobbies that you enjoy cost the most. I've never been into golf, but I could imagine there's some very expensive golf clubs around. I've been into tabletop gaming and miniatures for 30 plus years, and it's a damn expensive hobby. All right. Crouch, there are golf balls that are $20 each. That sounds like a cheap golf ball to me. Security work assessment. Let's go do some work for the Crusader Security. Go to security post 1. Money, and I like my Star Max, so I want to keep it. It's fair enough. That's fair enough. All right, let's clear this. Let's set a course for our location here over in Yella. Yeah, I don't think there's really anything that I'm massively keen on. I mean, I would have considered a Pioneer, but it's just gotten ridiculously expensive now. That, you know, even just melting a bunch of my fleet that I don't use. Now, I guess if I melted a bunch of stuff that I just don't really use, I could pick up the Pioneer. I really do need to sit down. And like I was saying before, just melt my entire fleet and then pick up the ships that I'm really interested in. All the big industrial ships. I mean, I'm pretty much there, actually, you know. I'm pretty much there. There's not a great deal of, well, useless stuff in my hangar. It kind of is, but I used to work on a golf course as a teenager a very long time ago. I used to gather the golf balls and pick out the good ones and sell to golfers a 3-pack for $10. Yep. A golf ball side hustle. It's amazing. Alright, we'll see what we can collect down here. Get some weapons into the weapon racks. Maybe if there's some security down here that have unfortunately become deceased during their activities down here, we might grab some of their armor, pop them up in the crew lockers. Perseus and the Asgard are the next you're looking forward to, dogs. What's the Asgard? This is the first time I'm hearing that. Alright, let's go get changed. And go see what mischief awaits us down here. Does that Hurge Quetler actually work? Doesn't look like it. Okay, apparently it doesn't have a module, but it seems to be doing something. First time of hearing of the Asgard. Where have I been? It says somebody's shooting my ship. Dude. It's kind of unnecessary. Somebody's taking pot shots with a shotgun. Yep. Just standing underneath my ship, just having a few shots, hey? Now we'll stick that BR2 on the racks. Now, we'll take a box with us. Oh, did I set my spawn in the CARRACK? No, I did not. It's a very clever suggestion. Ramoyne, how are you? Is this my CARRACK? It is indeed. Welcome aboard the Queen Charlotte. Now let's go up to the medical bay. We'll set our spawn. What was that fella doing? I don't know, man. I think he really thought that his I wonder if they're going to board the ship. That's happened to me before. I think he really thought that his shotgun was actually going to do something. No. Regeneration. Aboard the CARRACK, please. Lovely. Let's go. Full speed. Maximum acceleration. Disembark. Oh, it was an NPC. It was an NPC, Ramoyne. The ANVIL Asgard heavy vehicle transport. So it should hold tanks, etc. Is that turret fire? That's turret fire. That's a player there. That's why the turrets were shooting at my ship. Because that dude was trespassing. Random? I've never seen a player at a UGF before. He didn't want to hang around too long. Where did that player come from? I've no idea. I've no idea what he was doing here. Maybe he didn't expect me to be aboard. This is the day that Crouch starts closing his doors when he lands at these areas. Nah, you can take it. You can have fun in that Carrack. I can get another one. Yo, what's up, man? What's the deal, buddy? Yeah, I saw the chevron and I was like, shoot him! How much of a beating do you reckon the Carrack can take? Amazing. What did I say, ladies and gentlemen? What did I say? Every time I outfit the Carrack, it's gone within 2 hours. The door's stuffed. Amazing.
You are fined 1 credit for a violation of the verbal morality
For not
statute.
exploding. The carrot, man, she's a tanky beast. She's a tanky beast. Dropped its front shield, but she hasn't, you know, she's not looking red at all.
You are fined 1 credit for a violation of the verbal morality.
Fine for not letting it explode. No, well, we've got a crime stat too, so we can go and pay that. Set a course for Seraphim Station.
Acknowledged.
Yeah. The hell, man. Who was that Crusader Industries dude? It's all dressed up in Crusader Industries. Security armor.
You are fined 1 credit for a violation of the verbal morality statute.
Clear navigation.
Clearing waypoints and updating navigation, sir.
Fine. For not finishing the mission. No, well, we'll go back there and finish it. We're just going to clear our crime stat so we're not fighting the security guards at the same time. Set a course for Seraphim Station. Atreyu. Yeah, nice Morozov Crusader set of armor. Yeah, it was nice. All right, let's go 1 nautical mile. So thankfully the contracts don't sort of auto fail now if you leave the area. They used to just automatically fail. I should be able to land here even with a crime stat 2, because we can pay it for crime stat 1 or 2. I'm glad I didn't kill that dude. I double tapped him before I, you know, made the connection. Contact landing services.
Acknowledged. CLS has been contacted. Awaiting confirmation.
Alright, so we should be able to clear our crime stat and then go back and complete that security work assignment or assessment. Oh, it's chunky. She's chunky. Clip the walls. It was looking good to start with. It was looking good. It was looking clean. Disappointing. Disappointing. All right, let's... Oh, server error. You love the CARRACK R2-D2 noises. Interesting it is. It's such a lovely ship. Love it. But we do want a big bada boom, hey motherfig. Well, maybe. There's still plenty of time, man. Still plenty of time. We're here for another 5 hours. So, plenty of time for big bada booms. I really would like to see, though, how long I can stay aboard the Carrack in one piece. It's going to be lovely when we have sort of, you know, ship insurance. I don't want to get started on it. This is a security assessment. It is for Crusader security. And I shot one of them. I'm sure they would have failed me, man. You shot one of us, dude. The assessment failed. All right. How thematic are we getting? Should I get dressed to go clear my crime stat? Let's go. Calypso, you're trying to decide if you want to go to work immediately after lunch or wait and go later on. I think I'll go right after lunch and get it over with. Well, it's quite nice that you get a choice of whether you go back to work straight after lunch or you go back to work later on. Because most people, when they finish lunch, have to go back to work immediately. Now, oh, we should repair the ship too. The doors. Ah, damn it. The door is damaged. We'll go repair the ship, we'll store it, and we'll bring it back out. I think it will get auto-stored anyway when I leave the hangar. It's a cleaning job. Excuse me, you just have to go up to this office and clean it for about 2 hours. Oh, okay, so it's not at a specific time. It's scheduled for the evening, but I can go earlier in the day and do it if I want to. Ah, yeah. Oh, that's nice. Turn the lights out as well. Why is this ship bouncing around, man? All right, let's get... they only did 760 credits worth of damage to the ship. It's costing me more to replace the hydrogen fuel leak. It's a hopping ship. All right, so last time this happened with the Carrack, though, even after repairing and storing the ship, the front ramp was still screwed. This happened on the Cutlass last night. And that was fixed by a repair and a quick store and retrieve.
Welcome.
Now let's
to the
store
ASOS
this.
Vehicle retrieval system.
ANVIL Carrack. Store.
Your vehicle has been moved to our storage facility.
Now, Seraphim Station, hey? I'm just going to assume that's going to get stored fine. I haven't been here for a while. Oh, boy. Or at least looked for the payment terminal. I'm sure we shall find it. Can't believe I shot a guard, man. Actually, I can totally believe I shot a guard. Probably going to have to go to the Galleria, right? I'm going to say near the admin center. Yeah, near the admin, says dogs. Stigmans! Kasaba. Could get a nice hat. I've got one of those Tavaran uniforms. Tavaran campaign uniforms. But what it's really missing is like a tricorn or something. You have no outstanding fines. Lovely. I'll get out. Mr. John, how are you? What's the deal with the Queen Charlotte? Well, it's my ANVIL CARRACK. Why is it called Queen Charlotte? Because that is my daughter's name. All right, we want to go back to the hangers and habs. Hang on, wait a minute. We're still at the Galleria. Don't think we actually went anywhere. Hangers and habs. How heroic. Yes, my CARRACK is called the Queen Charlotte. My reclaimer is called Gabriel Knight, which was the name for of our first child, who never really became a child and thus never saw the world. My Phoenix is called the Princess Valentine.
Welcome to the ASOS vehicle retrieval.
You're over by HCMS Stanhope, Ramoyne, doing a fresh food cargo drop. I pinged the surroundings, and there was a Titan and cutter parked a bit way out from the outpost. Kind of piqued my curiosity. It's a Titan and a cutter. Look for those fuses, man. Look for those fuses. All right, let's see. Has the ramp on the Herdsquirtler been fixed? Mr. Glutrino 07s, how are you, my friend? Hope you're having a nice stream. It's very pleasant. It's very chilled. Very laid back. Nothing fantastically exciting happening tonight. What's on the menu? Just floating around in my big boat. Try and get it equipped. We went to go do our security, a contract complete. We went to go do that security assessment. And the first thing I shot when we went downstairs, obviously killed all the bad guys outside. And for some reason, there was another player there. Boarded my ship. Shot him a couple of times and he disappeared, but then he came back. Dressed in a Crusader security uniform. Yeah, and the first guy that I shot when we went down in the elevator was a freaking guard. So we had to leave because the other guards got hostile against me for shooting one of their friends. Luckily, I didn't kill him, but, you know, I did get charged with assault. So we came to clear our crime stat with the intention of heading back to go finish the security assessment for Crusader Industries. But, yes, either that other player who was there has completed the mission for me and has thus therefore taken all my loot, or the security guards that were left there actually did an amazing job and killed the rest of the Ninetails. Looks like the ramp might be working. Does it close from the inside? It does. Huzzah! Now, yeah, we don't have So I don't know. We got to pick up a rock at some stage. Might go do some gem mining. Might do a little bit of hauling. Who knows? Don't really know. Actually, I know that there's a run, right? We'll have a look. Let's go up to the habitation deck. Life is good when the ramp works. Boy, it goes up. And then it goes down again. All right, let's have a quick look here, right? I don't know what it is. No, this is not the one I'm thinking of. Do I not have a Star Citizen folder? How rude. UEX, that's the one. Thank you so much. UEX Corp.space. Marketplace items. This has changed. Mining resources. All right, let's do some trade of some commodities, hey? Yeah, this website is different. It's had an update. Oh, maybe they've hidden some of the stuff behind having to sign in. Here we go, roots. Okay, so we have an ANVIL. We have a CARRACK, right? We want auto loading. What's our maximum return on investment? 230%. 230%, hey? From Seraphim to Everest Harbour. What are we taking? Waste. Let's have a look at our income. All right, so we can take stims from Gaslight to Magnus
Let's do this
Gateway.
thing. Whoa!
Mr. Metaphysical Bravo, how are you, my friend? Max return is manual loading. We're not doing manual loading. We are not doing manual loading. There is one. We want to start. There's a nice one that's very quick from like Cruel 5 or something. Start in Stanton and end in Stanton. There was a very nice one that I'd found. Acorn does that a little bit, saying that the sound alerts are a tad loud. Sometimes they're loud and sometimes they're not, man. Can turn them down a little bit though. Alright, let's turn those down. Alright, so we've got auto load on. So we could do a bit of gold from Cruel 5 to the TDD in New Babbage. Nah. crew L5 to arc L1. Low inventory. Lower is better, hey? Distance in gigameters. And here's a 13% return on our investment. Let's invest $500,000 and see what we end up with, right? In the CARRACK, so it's a pain to load. Oh, the CARRACK can be a bit of... I'll probably do some hauling contracts as well. There was a very nice little run between Crew L5 and Mick L1 or something like that. A streamer called them George Michaels, and now that's the name for them. What George Michaels? Stims. Alright, so everybody... Oh, here, it's one of these nitrogens, yeah? Something like that. Per L3. I don't know, 229k is not too bad. Oh, you know we're not here for profits, Acorn. We're not here for profits. All right, hang on. Where are we? Is there anything we can buy from Seraphim? All right, let's go from Seraphim, right? So they want us to take some of their waste over to Everest Harbour. We're going to make 10k. Yes, sir. Let's see what their maximum is. Seraphim to the Magnus Gateway. I'm going to earn 136k. Oh, but then we've got to factor in the time, right? The time for loading and all that sort of business. Let's go have a look, hey? I think it's going to take like 15 minutes or something to load up a full CARRACK. There's a good one between Gaslight and Magnus. That's a big run, man. That's a big run. We're just doing it for the novelty. For the novelty. Oh god, the ship's going to get stored, isn't it? Well, I guess that's all right. What do we do for 15 minutes while it's auto-loading? And then 15 minutes while it's unloading? Watch YouTube. Let's go have a look. Can't believe we shot that guard, man. That's right. Oh, I did manage to get a BR2 shotgun out of it. All right, let's go up to the Galleria. Startle.net/classic. What is that, Acorn? All right, let's have a look. Let's have a look-see. All right, so what do they want us to buy? Scrap. All right, let's have a look. Scrap, hey? Oh, we want to go to the ANVIL CARRACK. Scrap. No worky. Oh, here we go. Scrap. Nope. How the hell do I buy things? In stock. Scrap. No buy. When engineering, maintenance, and wear and tear come in, you'll have plenty to do in that 15 minutes. Yeah, that's true. That's very true. All right, so I can't seem to buy any scrap. Might be broke. Mr. Acorn. Please, my friend, enlighten me. Here we go. If we get it in 8 SCUs, 432. Calculated demand in SCU, 350 is their calculated demand, hey? So there's not... Oh, so there's not much point in us buying more than 350, hey? I think you go to the one above it. Oh, here we go. Scrap. So 5 minutes to load. That's not too bad. $24.16 SCU boxes. If the picture in the middle is a CARRACK, it's good to buy. So you reckon we should get 24 16 SCU containers? It's 384 SCU, right? They're saying the calculated demand is 350. Average sold by users. I don't know how they're getting any of that information, which is probably why it's empty. Inventory status. High inventory. Lower is better. Let's buy 350. Oh, doubt. Them sensitive, them screens. Let's buy... we'll go slightly less. 3 minutes. Let's buy that stuff. Scrap 16. SCU boxes, 21 of them. It's going to cost us 10k to auto-load them. Let's go. Okay, so 3.5 minutes. Perfect. Do Startle, hey? Let me have a look at what Startle is. Steel from Everest to Seraphim will make 100k. I haven't done a great deal of trading. Guess today's star citizenship in the least amount of tries. Every guess will give you additional clues, and the ship changes every 24 hours. All right, let's have a look at this. Mr. Skeet Skeet, how are you? May the 4th be with you. Indeed. Okay. Guess today's star citizenship. Enter any ship to begin. Yesterday's ship was the ANVIL Terrapin. Alright, so let's Pisces Expedition. Alright, I'm already confused now. I'm done. What am I supposed to do now? Less than 16, but more than 3 crew. So what, are these supposed to be the clues here? It's smaller than 16 meters. It's more valuable than $45. It has less than 4 SCU cargo and less than 3 crew, and was released after 2019. Is that what that's telling us? And I'm assuming if we got the manufacturer correct, this would be green. And if we got the role correct, it would be green. But we've obviously got them wrong, so it can't be anything from ANVIL. It's got to be some sort of fighter ship, right? With less than 4 SCU of cargo, less than 3 crew, more than $45, and smaller than 16 meters. You think a Drake cutter, Ramoyne? I don't think a cutter... Oh, well, let's put it in. Okay, so we got the crew correct, and we're close on the year, but everything else was wrong. It's less than 4 SCU of storage. It's not a Drake. Let's try a Tumbril Storm. It's definitely a Tumbril vehicle. It's definitely combat orientated, and it's worth more than 90 dollars. It'll be the Tumbril AA, hey? The Storm AA. Hooray! You solved today's startle in 4 guesses. I'll be logged out of the game at this rate, Flossie. Oh, a startle. It's like a wordle. Gotcha. The average score. Okay, so this is my average, hey? I guess we got to come back next time. All right, so that was pretty cute. There's a daily and also an endless one. So what happens, right, if my ship is still in the process of loading? Oh, actually, let's just go have a look. I'm sure it's been more than 3.5 minutes. But does it tell you on the ASOP that the ship is unavailable because it's being loaded? Hangers and hips. Play observer mode. Guest star citizenships from an image. It just says loading. All right, let's have a look.
Welcome to the
And then we're off to Magnus, hey? The ANVIL CARRACK. All right, let's retrieve it.
Stand by.
And then we're off on a mega jump to the Magnus Gateway to go sell our...
Please visit us again.
Ah, crap, what happened?
Bye.
Ah, shit.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
Okay, it's on the pad in my hangar.
Please visit us again.
Let's go. And what are we gonna make again? 136 grand. Yes, sir. For a bit of flying around. No retrieve from the ASOP. Living life on the edge. I always retrieve from the ASOP. Freaking stupid pods. Can't wait for the day when they pop down to the ground. Lucky it didn't spawn into the floor. I haven't seen that for such a long time. And it's only happened a handful of times. Right, let's go. Off to the Magnus Gateway. Let's go peruse some of our cargo. No cargo in here. No cargo in here. Guess what? There's no cargo in here. And this is the back of the ship. Amazing. All right, let's go shoot some stuff. I did buy it, yes. We did click on the accept, and I've no idea, you know. Oh yeah, we bought stuff. You think it's invisible? All right, let's go to Magnus and try and sell stuff. We'll see what happens. We're off on an adventure. You reckon store and retrieve the ship again? Oh yeah, let's try that because, you know, we do have that issue with boxes being invisible, right? Maybe we'll store it and retrieve it from the hangar. We had that in the cutter recently on the latest episode of A Life Uncharted with everyone's favourite bogan, the Ginger King, Mr. Argo Hurston. And I took a couple of store and retrieve.
Welcome to the ASOC vehicle.
Crouch your mouth craves a Tim Tam. I was just thinking about Tim Tams. Literally just thinking about them. Alright, let's store the CARRACK. You begin to salivate. Them Tim Tams. I was literally just thinking about Tim Tams. That chocolatey treat. Oh, you've even had your rock disappear / reappear. Hey, Skeet, that's crazy. If you're going to waste money trading, though, you should use the Hull C. Well, no, you know, we're here on adventures in the CARRACK. The Queen Charlotte. I mean, it's not like I'm becoming a trader. We're doing one haul. And that's it. And then we might do something else. Go do some rock mining. If I had a Polaris, I could put a vulture aboard it. Oh, shit. I just pulled my stream deck apart. Oh, no, I didn't. Oh, it comes out of that little case. Oh, amazing. I really should build a little cockpit here. Like a proper sim racing setup. Just get a whole bunch of touch screens and stuff. Mount my stream deck. Mount the Rodecaster Duo. Make a nice panel here underneath all my monitors with buttons and stuff. And get the microphone. Get this boom arm out of the way. Maybe just get a little mount that sits right in front because I've got this freaking massive boom arm that swings across the desk, which I've got to put my arm underneath to get the flight stick. And if I want to get anything on the other side, I've got to reach over it or go underneath it. Yeah, we need to get out of control in here, man. We need to build a spaceship in here. That's what we need. It's required. Because I'm a professional. I'm a real streamer. I'm a real streamer. All right, let's go. Let's have a look-see. If the pod's lowered down to the ground, we could inspect them from the exterior. But they do not. It'll take another 2 years, I think, for that to actually happen. They've given the CARRACK some love recently. And now it's time to let it brew for a couple of years before they come back to it. Not going to sell any more CARRACKs by making the pods drop down to the ground, are they? Freight. We have freight, ladies and gentlemen. Freight. Let's go. And it'd be so nice at work if the freight just was invisible and just wasn't there and we could all go, there's no freight, let's go home. But little did they know all we needed to do was store the freighters and retrieve them again. And the freight would be there, but we don't tell anyone that. We just go, oh, the freighter's empty. Let's go home. Why are all the freighters empty? They were full of freight when they left the other port. Who knows, man? Pirates. Pirates.
You are fined 1 credit for a violation of the verbal morality statute.
Yeah, cockpit sim room. 100%. I'll fine you every stream until it's real. A cockpit sim room? Yes, sir. That'd be sweet, man. That would be sweet. All right, so we're off to see the Magnus, the wonderful Magnus of Gateway. It's out there. It's way out there, ladies and gentlemen. Are we going to be able to fly out there and fly back? Well, I guess we can refuel when we're there, hey? It's going to take us a lifetime. Do we have provisions on board? We do. Oh, I don't think... why have we got some red on our ship? Oh, we don't. That's their ship. Let's go. It's a CARRACK. You could do that 10 times. It's true. Look at that big chunky fuel tank. All right, so whilst we're out here in space, let's risk the whole ship disappearing on us by traveling in some elevators. This is a terrible idea, but we're going to do it. Just to see. Phew. Look at that freight. Freight, precious freight. Not much freight in there. Oh, precious freight. All right. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Our first weapon on the weapon rack. Oh, hang on. What's all this about? Hey, it's obviously not the first weapon on the weapon rack. Hang on, that's not the weapon I want on the weapon rack. That's the weapon I want on the weapon rack. What's on the other side? Like a magical mystery tour. Nothing. Alright, so what the hell's this? Got a P6 here? Kidding me? Nice one. Alright, well let's get this let's go P6 here. And let's get our P4. Okay, so we've got a P4. Maybe we should put them in order. We've got the P4, the P8, and the P6. Dude, elevator while Q2 is so risky. Yeah, well, what's life without a little bit of risk, hey? What's life without a little bit of risk? What's the worst that can happen? We fall out of the ship. And we get another ship. And we keep playing. Our spawn is set to the ship, skeet skeet. So I guess if we did fall out of the ship, we could always just, you know, backspace ourselves and wake up on the ship. Bit of the old respawny. My spawn is bugged. Do you think it doesn't work? Why would it not work? That just sounds like negativity to me. I want a mini game here, man. We need a mini game. We need a mini game. And every MMO has books that you can pick up and read, man. Every MMO. Why can't we read these books, damn it? This game sucks. Remember when I in-capped you the other day? You died instantly? You didn't in-cap me, dude. You shot me, man. You kill murdered me. There was no in-cap going on there, man. You kill murdered me. With your bullet killers. Aha, we are here. The last 5 times you tried at Skeet, you respawned at home. Uh-oh. It's risky business. That's the respawn issue that's happening right now, ladies and gentlemen. It's all game bound, man. Written in the law. Get involved, people. Kill those animals. Help Rayari figure out this regen issue. Get our medical beds working again. Make medical beds great again. Contact landing services. Magnus Gateway. Alright. Now we 100% have to get changed because, you know, we're waste tradesmen. We can't go running through a space station dressed like an Imperial fist. We need to be properly attired. We're merchants after all. In the scrap business. Lucrative business. Somebody's got to sell all the construction material that Rhino is out there collecting. Somebody's got to move it around. Ladies and gentlemen, Crouch Consolidated Industries is here. To provide you with an end-to-end solution to your scrap and waste problems. Let's go. You cannot see a purpose for the CARRACK as a solo player? What are you talking about? Why not? What's wrong with the CARRACK as a solo ship? It does everything, man. Look, I'm getting changed, man, in my own room. By myself. Solo. You out of control, man. You don't even know. Yes, now we look like a waste salesman. A scrap merchant. Look at this. I got a pool table in here that I'm enjoying. Solo. What do you say about that? It's not for your playstyle, metaphysical. You should get some better style. Like a CARRACK. It's too big and thus reinforces isolation. All right, let's go. Damon Omnibus, how are you? You would prefer isolation? CARRACK is a wonderful ship, man. I'm going to go do some fighting in it in a minute too. We're going to do some yellow contracts in it. We just stand there and just get pounded on for days and they do nothing to us. Although those sneaky little M50s are annoying. But they can pound away on our shields all day. Cannot do anything to us. And eventually we will land enough shots on them to actually do some damage. Oh man, do we have to go upstairs? This would be sick if we have to go upstairs to the lifts. Of course we're not. Why would they make it interesting? What is this dude doing out here in the middle of nowhere? Dude, we're in the middle of nowhere. Oh, maybe he's a scrap merchant as well. He didn't look like a scrap merchant. All right, the Galleria. You like and respect the CARRACK room one, but you will never own one. CARRACK's so good. I'm waiting for the modules to come in and see what they include. Oh man, I don't know if there's ever going to be any modules for the CARRACK. Hey boy! This guy doesn't look like a scrap merchant. What are all these people doing out here? We're in the middle of nowhere. I think we got a problem. Your complaints with the CARRACK Damon are ones you've never heard before. You're sure? Let's go, man. What's your issues with the CARRACK? We all want a working pool table, so that doesn't count. We all want fridges in the mess hall that you can open up and put food in, so that doesn't count. Here we go. Does it tell us how much that they local market value? They have very high inventory. They're going to buy all 21 of our boxes, though. Sell. Confirm. All right, so we lost 20K in the loading and unloading of the vehicle, the vessel. Good afternoon. Who is this? This is freaking Acorn. 100%. Yep. Yep. Although Acorn normally runs away after he does that. The only two issues. I need a double bed for me and my girl in the captain's quarters, and second privacy screens for the crew bunks. True. That's some fancy maneuvers, man. Got the full Crusader Security Morozov set. Looked like it. Nah. I don't think those are the... Oh, yeah, they are. Yeah. We can't knock him out. Well. No. Doesn't work. You don't think the arms are? No, the arms aren't. Not the arms. Just wait until he leaves. They are. He's everywhere. He's everywhere at the same time. How do we get away? Amazing. There's a refinery out here, hey? Let's have a look. Let's have a look at Magnus. All right, we're here at the gateway. Admin, Magnus. All right, so we can't make a lot of money going back the other way. We can take steel from Magnus to Seraphim. Okay, so we can take scrap from Seraphim to Magnus, and then they refine it into steel and send it back to Seraphim for way less. Huh. Yo, a caramba. What's the worst trade we could do? From Magnus to Grim Hex, and we'd lose 456 credits. What does this number mean? Loop roots. It's 4 loop roots, hey? Here we go. So you can take scrap from Seraphim to Magnus. Helium from Seraphim to Magnus. Hydrogen from Seraphim to Magnus. Why didn't we do hydrogen, man? Or potassium. We would have got 171k, man. We did the scrap. Lame. So I guess you could just cycle these through, right? There's huge amounts of inventory of this stuff at Seraphim. And not a great deal here at Magnus. And then from Magnus, we'd buy some steel and take it back to Seraphim. So, if we put in here Seraphim, and we just fly backwards and forwards between Magnus and Seraphim all day. Yeah, we can buy steel here at Magnus, take it to Seraphim, pick up any one of these. Maybe not some scrap, because we've already loaded them up with some scrap. Or we could potentially do these other ones. And then back to Magnus. Buy steel, which they've got lots of, and Seraphim doesn't have much of. They're out of stock. And we can just loop it. Like a loop route. Oh, what the town of business? Alright, let's go buy some steel. This is proper movie watching sort of activity, isn't it? A little bit of Hornblower, a little bit of Sharp. I'm up to episode 5 now. We're up to episode 5. Episode 5? Chapter 5? We're getting no Hurge Quirtler here. No Hurge Quirtler. If you want to buy max cargo for the CARRACK, you need to buy the exact boxes. It's not working out, man. You cannot get access to the CARRACK. Start big and go down in sizes. Like your bit of the Napoleonic stuff, don't you, Crouch? I do. I do. I kind of regret selling my 28mm Napoleonic stuff. Although I never ended, I never really started painting any of it. Actually, most of my historicals I've sold. I really enjoyed painting my American Civil War stuff. That was good fun. And nice and easy, those guys were. I'm far from being a nerd about the Napoleonic Wars. But, oh, you think it could still be unloading? It's only 3.5 minutes. We spent a good couple of minutes looking at UEX. Yeah, I'm far from being a nerd about that period, but, you know, I like the majesty of it. You know, I love the pompous ceremony of that period of history. Yeah, I love Hornblower. I love Sharp. Master and Commander. You know, yeah. Something about that period that's just nice. All right, Crouchy. No Carrack. Carrack. No Carrack. Go Atlas. No Carrack. Agnes Gateway. No Carrack. You're more of the Roman, Greek, Egyptian, Persian, classical era. I've got some fantastic books. Professional. Choose yourself in the drop down, Rano. Yeah, we have done that. We've cycled through all of them. Let's try again. Yeah, this book here, Warmaster Ancients. From Ye Old Warhammer Historicals. Lots of lovely pictures in here. Warmaster is a tiny, tiny scale. Actually, I've got an Imperial Roman army somewhere. That's mostly painted. They were also good fun to paint. 28mm scale. All from Warlord Games. Elephants. I had a whole bunch of 15mm Ancients. And I was getting all super excited about doing some classical Indians. But as usual, never did anything with them. And so he sold them on. All right. Let's try select location, hey? Select subcategory. Sublocation. Oh, we've got a Carrack here, ladies and gentlemen. All right, we want to buy some steel, right? In 16 SCU boxes. $432 SCU. Okay. So we can only buy 8 and 16. Thank you, Rano. It was a good suggestion. It was the only one that we hadn't tried. So you select location. So what is the Carrack maximum? 456, right? Ah, fuck it. I really can't be bothered figuring this shit out. Let's buy 16 of them. Not here to min-max. Just here to naff about. 4 minutes and 30 seconds. I know you posted it above Acorn, but they're only selling them in 16 and 8. They're only selling them in 16 and 8. No 2s. No 2s. I wonder if we buy another 432 SCU of this stuff, if it will like double pack it. You know, like a double stack. And 432 SCU is close enough to 456. Let's get a calculator out. All right. So we maxed out on the 16s, didn't we? Which was 27 boxes, yeah? I guess it doesn't really matter how many it is. Oh, maybe. It probably does. 456 minus 432 equals 24. I overbought? What are you talking about? I overbought. I bought 432 SCU, man. That's less than the ship can carry. Right. Whilst we wait for our steel to be delivered. Let's have a little look around the station, hey? Here's another little office with a dude that could send us on missions and errands. There's a little security alert. There's an unattended bag here. Here's a recycling bin that could be emptied by the janitor mission. If you bought 27 boxes, I've overbought. When you pick the ship, it will only let you buy the maximum you can fit in it of that size box. Yeah, so we can fit a maximum of 27 of those boxes, right? And we've got spare space left over. Let's have a quick looky in the calculator. Oh, yeah. 456 is divisible by 8. We could have bought 57. 8 SCU boxes. I'm assuming that would have changed the amount of time it takes to load and unload, and thus, therefore, the price. But we would have maxed out the ship's capacity at 456. Where the hell are the terminals? This way. Look at this dude just enjoying the view. It's exactly what I came here to do. Let's do it from the other side. Yeah, lovely. What a view. Oh boy. Let's get a screenshot of... Oh, the lighting's not amazing. Of our steel trader. The lighting's not amazing. To be honest, the cargo bay in the CARRACK is for supplies for long trips, not cargo running. Why are they called cargo pods then? They're for storing anything. Why wouldn't you hold cargo in it? What happens if you're not on an expedition? What happens if you're mid-expedition and someone says, hey, dude, can you haul this stuff over to this place for me? What are you going to say? No, I'm an exploration ship. I don't haul stuff around even though I can carry huge amounts of cargo. Why would I do that? You pleb. That sounds like sheer madness to me. I've got to get my second camera set up so we can get some FOIP action. Good night, Metaphysical. Thanks, mate, for tuning in. Appreciate you, brother. You think real exploration ships would say no? Because any inanimate object on a vehicle is called cargo? Is it? I don't know. I don't normally call my seatbelts cargo. Pretentious much? Oh. Livestock and passengers are also cargo. That's true. Cargo is anything, just anything you're moving from one location to another. That is cargo, my friend. Right, let's check the terminal, see what it says for our steel.
Welcome to the ASOC Vehicle Retrieval System.
It's ready! It's ready.
Please visit us again.
Let's go. From experience, cargo that talks back is the most annoying to carry. Let's go. To the hangar. Take our 55k worth of steel back to Seraphim.
The ASOC Vehicle Retrieval System.
Retrieving.
Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location.
I can totally see why some people would do this, right? You know, just these round trips of cargo from one spot to another.
Please visit us again. Goodbye.
I've seen enough people complaining about the hull C on Spectrum to know that I'm not going to get a hull C at the moment. One thing the CARRACK lacks is a brig. What does it need a brig for? It's an expedition ship. Unless you're expecting mutiny. In that case, the Reclaimer should have a brig. Any big ship that's multi-crew should have a brig. Keep the crew in line. Spelling the rigging should help you learn to tread more carefully. All right, let's go see, is our cargo there? Our cargo. No cargo. No cargo. Store and retrieve. These round trips can be enormous if you string your cargo hauling along a planned out route. Yeah, I can totally understand, you know, how that can be super, super fun. I really enjoyed the first hauling missions that I did when the hauling missions came in. figuring out the route. I pick this up from here, go here, get that, take that from this location to here, which then takes me back to this point.
Your vehicle has been moved to our storage facility.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I'll do the hauling contracts so much in the CARRACK, simply because the pods are slightly annoying to load. When they actually drop down to the ground, like they're supposed to, it'll be much better. CARRACK is only like 6 people. If you don't trust 5 companions, would be an issue. And if you don't trust the crew, I assume the brig will be used for you. It's mutiny aboard. I agree. Every big multi-crew ship should have a brig, a naughty room for misbehaving crew. All right, let's try this again. Let's get the CARRACK out again.
Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location.
The walkway and lift are so frustrating to move boxes around. Yeah, it's a problem. It's a problem. There's no need for a brig if you have airlocks. Well, you see that all the time in movies, right? They always use the airlocks to trap people. All right. Let's go. Go. Let's see if we've got some cargo aboard this time. Oh, I'm getting chopped by the ramp. We have cargo. We have cargo. There's freight aboard. There is freight aboard. Real life cargo ships also don't have brigs. If someone misbehaves, they get locked into their cabin with a guard in front of the door. Up to the habitation decks. And all sheets, clothes, loose objects taken out of that cabin. They get locked in their room. Alright, back to Seraphim. We'll go sell our 55k and then I think we'll see what sort of combat mission we can pick up. A bit of shoot and get some more weapons on the rack. Mr. Ramoyne, of course, you can always do the old-fashioned thing, and that is space your errant crew member out the airlock or abandon with a small box of supplies on a nearby asteroid or moon. Good night, Mr. Acorn. Have a good rest, my friend. It was fun stream sniping you both those times. It's Mr. Acorn. Couple more shots with my P6 and I could have killed the Acorn. All right, let's go. I landed plenty of hits. Watch the stream back, my friend. You can see the little ting ting ting. Set a course for Seraphim Station. Do it myself. Obstructed-a-roo? Okay, we can set a course to go. Fine. it's in that general direction. Imagine trying to fight some little fighters in this ship without any turret gunners. So the CARRACK, the Reclaimer, the Mole, from the perspective of Crouch Consolidated Industries, those are 3 must-haves, right? And then the M2. Do I have an M2? No, I have an A2. I have the A2 for, you know, big gunship sort of stuff. Get out there for doing some security work. We have the C2. Maybe I should get a Caterpillar. Maybe I should get a Caterpillar. That'd be, you know, the Caterpillar's lots of fun, yeah? Let's have a look on the old Roberto's Space Industries .com website. Whilst we're in Quantum. Let's go have a look at the old Pledgy store, hey? Ships. So the Caterpillar, currently unavailable for purchase. The Pirate Edition, unavailable for purchase. And the Best in Show, unavailable for purchase. There has to be ships, other packs. There's got to be a Drake pack, right? What? What? Making no sense to me. Subscriber store. Invictus is less than 2 weeks away. You'll find something then. I don't think the Caterpillar will be at Invictus. I think Drake is at Invictus this year for like 1 day, but again, Invictus being more military focused. We'll probably see the Caterpillar on sale at IAE. I don't think there's any Defense Con this year. Or Drake Con or whatever it's called. Where the hell... are all the bloody packs, man? Okay, let's go to Seraphim. Sell out a little bit of steel. Yeah, there's no Defense Con this year. Drake's coming for 1 day. But, yeah, the Caterpillar not being a military ship. I don't think it'll be there. Yeah, so from a not an org perspective, but from a a corporate perspective, the A2 it's got a huge number of turrets on it, get a whole bunch of crew aboard, good for bounties and security type work. The C2 for hauling and cargo, although the Caterpillar is more fun, I think. The C2 is just a big box, right? Just a big triangle. Whereas the Caterpillar is a little bit more corridory and, interesting. For the Space King! Military uses a ton of cargo ships, though. Yeah, but they'll be things like the M2, which is a specific military variant of the Starlifter, right? So that will probably be there because it's a military cargo ship. Lemoyne, you reckon it's going to be there? The Taco Tickler says the Ironclad Assault. When are we going to see that, though? I do have that sitting in my buybacks. Or maybe it's... I don't even think it's in my buybacks. I don't know what loaner I'm getting for it. This CARRACK is a loaner for something. Maybe for one of the Iron Chads. Oh, the cat is the loaner for the Ironclad, is it? Let's have a look. Do I have a Caterpillar? I don't even know if I do. Let's go sell our steel! I am the metal merchant. It's kind of funny that, you can haul a whole bunch of scrap over to Magnus and you earn more for it than the steel that you're bringing back. I guess that kind of, well, doesn't make sense. I guess the steel costs more to buy.
Welcome to the ASOC Vehicle Retrieval System.
I do have a Caterpillar. Yeah, so the cat is the owner for the Ironclad. FCAG said there will be no Drake defense. Yeah. That's why they're at Invictus for one day. There's no defense con this year.
Please visit us again.
All right. Let's just store the ship while we're here. Why not? It'll get automatically stored, but we can do it ourselves.
Your vehicle has been moved to our storage facility.
If we have a quick look, on the robertospiceindustries.com website. Go have a look at Invictus Launch Week 2955. You can see the calendar there. Get to check out the Idris. Where is the calendar? Add to calendar. Cancel. Downloaded that little map. Yeah, full manufacturer schedule over on Spectrum. What? Normally they have like a fancy calendar. Maybe that'll launch when the event starts. A free fly event that grants everyone access to download and play Star Citizen. Join us in celebrating the rich naval history of the UEE and honoring the people who dedicated themselves to protecting the Empire. Where is the cat? Here we go. So Drake's on the 25th of May. So we've got Grey Cat and Aegis. Then Orison, RSI, and Argo. Consolidated Outland, Misk, Mirai, Crusader, Tumbril, and then Anvil have their own day and Drake have their own day, followed by the finale! Ooh. I'm professional. Man, I really enjoyed last night's stream, man. All of that combat in the Cutlass Black. It was just go, 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 go. Mission after mission after mission. Some ground combat, some space combat. Did some of the new locations. Oh, man. Sadly, the OLP didn't work. But the platform alignment facility one did. That was good fun running around that location. The fact that Argo is a shipmaker is so frustrating to me since my name in WoW and Star Citizen is Argosi. But that's not Argo. They're two different things. Similar but different. Oh man. I am super professional. Yawning on stream, ladies and gentlemen. Fully asleepy. Select location. Let's try select location. We broke it. No, steel. Let's sell all of the steel. Sell the steel. 4.5 minutes to unload the steel. People call you Argo though? That's alright. I named a whole character Argo. Alright, lovely, lovely. Now, whilst we are here, let's have a look at our contract to manager. Do we dare show our face for Crusader Industries again? There's some merc work to be done. This is the contract that didn't work. The orbital laser platform. No worky. we can try and do a bounty hunter mission in the CARRACK. Coming back to the fleet, right? I see the CARRACK as being like the hub of Crouch Consolidated Industries. That's just the regular day-to-day shit where everybody hangs out on, right? And then the other more specialized ships, like the A2, it's purely combat focused, right? Like the Reclaimer, it's purely industrial focused. Like the Mole, it's purely mining focused. But the CARRACK, you know, we can do a bunch of different sorts of things on that vessel. A couple of rocks aboard, some Geos, throw a couple of Mirai Furies in the hangar and get a whole bunch of people in turrets, and all of a sudden you've got a reasonable combat force. Whilst we're waiting for this to unload, let's put a little fleet together, hey? Just for the funds, because, you know, let's go to hangar.link. Let's go to Fleet Viewer. Because again, we're just hanging out tonight, right? Let's add a ship. So we want to get the CARRACK in there, yeah? Definitely the Expedition with the C8X, which is currently not available. All right. We definitely need the Gabriel Knight. We definitely need the A2. I did ponder whether I go the Hammerhead or the A2. I think it was Acorn said I should get the A2 over the Hammerhead. We want the Mole. Mole. Oh, 2 moles. It's a bit excessive. Delete the mole. Delete the mole. Why can I not delete that mole? What am I doing wrong here, ladies and gentlemen? Clear selection. Delete selected. Delete selected. You had the Hammerhead as a loner, Emily. You didn't like it that much. I don't think I've ever been aboard a mole outside of having a look at the Hammerhead. Outside of having a look at the one that's available at Lawville. Let's throw a Caterpillar in there. For cargo. Let's throw a C2 in there. For... Well, you see, this is the thing, right? You know, the Caterpillar and the C2 in terms of freight. I think the C2 carries more freight than the Caterpillar, correct? Oh, is my stream frozen? Oh yeah, you guys can't even see what I'm doing, man. Oh, which one is it, man? Yeah, the video capture device froze. All right, so back to what I was talking about. We're here in Fleet Viewer, right? Putting together a little fleet. So obviously we've got the CARRACK, right? Like I said, that's the central hub of Crouch Consolidated Industries. That's Commodore Crouch's vessel, the flagship, right? And then we have the other supporting vessels that are, you know, industry specific. You know, this is the HQ, the head office, right? Then we got the reclaimer for salvage and reclamation. We should probably chuck a little vulture in there just for small funsies. Put that up next to the reclaimer. Yeah, sorry about that. Thank you for letting me know that the stream had wigged out. Better make sure. All right, the ship must have been unloaded by now. Then we have the A2, right? The reclaimer can operate by itself. If we put the vulture down here, either with, you know, the caterpillar or the C2. Okay, let me come back. Salvage and reclamation. Combat, bounties, mercenary work. Mining. And then we need some sort of cargo, right? So we've got salvage, security, mining, and hauling. Caterpillar or the C2? You agree with Dark Acorn, Mr. Taco? The A2 is more utility than the Hammerhead, and it is more shielding. In addition, the A2 has also almost as many turrets. I think the A2 has more turrets than the Hammerhead. It's crazy. The C2 does carry more freight, but the Cat is more durable and has more shielding. The Cat is a pain to load. The C2 is much easier ship to use. From a purely freight perspective, the C2 is obviously the clear winner. It's easy to use, easy to load. You know, it is just a big hold, right, that you fill full of freight. Solar God, my friend, how are you? Welcome joining us on YouTube. It's going very well. You know, we're just snaffing about here tonight. Currently putting together a little fleet overview for my imaginary corporation, Crouch Consolidated Industries. Had a look at some logos earlier on that I was messing about with this afternoon. Don't know what Discord. I posted up on Discord. 3 people have voted for B. And just messing about, you know, aboard the CARRACK. We've just done a couple of, you know, cargo runs, hauling some scrap from Seraphim over to Magnus. Bought a bunch of steel from Magnus and brought it back over to Seraphim. We might jump aboard the Queen Charlotte shortly and, you know, go do another combat mission. Which has easier engineering support? Well, that's going to be difficult to say until engineering is in, right? You know. I mean, the Caterpillar, you know, it can be used as like a little mothership, right? put a whole bunch of Furies in there, go out with the A2, the Caterpillar, and the A2 just flies around as a big gunship, and the Caterpillar, given it's got much heavier shielding, just basically opens up its ramps and outfly a whole bunch of individual fighter pilots. And then it's obviously providing support fire from its own turrets and stuff. So, you know, it can kind of be multi-role, right? So if we move the mole down here, that's our mining ship, and we move our Caterpillar sort of... We've got our 4 sections here, right? Here's our HQ. We've got our salvage and reclamation. We've got our sort of combat security forces, our security wing, and then our cargo wing, right? When released, the Ironclad Assault would be great. Let's have a look at the Ironclads. Looks like you have a few ships on your canvas. Would you like changing the ship resolution to LD to help the fleet room? Yes. Yeah, okay. Switch to low, whatever. So there's our security ships, right? Let's get back to the hangar. Someone said we should add the raft in. The raft could be a good ship to pair with the vulture, right? These two working together. Let's put the raft back over in cargo, right? Because the C2 is good for hauling, right? Just, you know, big job lots. I'm not massively interested in the big hauling ships, like the Hull C and stuff. Again, you know, from a group gameplay perspective, you know, I can't see anyone using a Hull C or anything like that to do any of the hauling contracts. They're basically, you know, just, you know, you're commodity trading in that big ship. There's no way you're going to be loading up a freaking Hull C by hand to, you know, do a leg of 3 or 4 hauling contracts. But with a couple of people, you could totally do that in a C2. All right, let's head on back. For quick unloading onto the C2, the Fortune would be better than the Vulture, especially in group scenarios. Oh yes, that's very true. That's very true. The Fortune is perfect for group gameplay. Let's go back to the hangars and habs. That's actually, you know, when we played with the Fortune when it first came out, you know, that's exactly what I said. That you know, the Vulture is good for, you know, just the solo guy who's out there and, you know, wants to, you know, go about and, you know, do a bit of salvage. The Fortune, on the other hand, because it spits out the boxes onto the outside, paired up with something like a raft, you'd have a couple of these Fortunes out there scraping panels and then popping the panels onto the raft over here. So from that perspective, we could probably get rid of the Vulture, right? Let's make it is good fun playing around with Fleet Viewer. I really enjoyed just the conceptualizing of logistics and stuff like that. Let's get the ship. Actually, shan't do it from here. Let's go back to our hangar. Because the Reclaimer, the Reclaimer is a beast, right? It's just out there by itself. It is a sole vessel. It's going out there. It's munching up huge amounts of stuff, and it's coming back to port, right? And you've got your crew of, 4, 5, 6 people aboard it. Hello, hangar. So let's leave our Reclaimer by itself, okay? Let's get rid of our Vulture. Let's add another fortune in. Let's add 2 fortunes in, right? We've got 3 fortunes. And they're being supported by a raft, yeah? Chuck that Vulture over here to the side for the moment. This as a little operating wing. Probably with the Reclaimer, you're just going out there and you're demolishing ships. Like Rhino does, you're just interested in the construction material, right? But from the smaller perspective, where you're interested in, RMC, then it probably makes more sense to use these smaller ships supported by a cargo vessel, a transport ship. And the raft has been boosted to, what, 192 SCU now? The Fortune has exterior storage, and so does the raft. And so pulling boxes off of the Fortune and popping it onto the raft. Let's get the CARRACK back.
Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location.
Maybe the standard ironclad for hauling holds way more. Yeah. Let's jump back in. I don't think. Yeah, I'm not sold on the ironclad assault, right? Let's get rid of the ironclad assault. Delete the selection, please. So we have our A2, right? The ironclad in terms of hauling over the C2. I mean, from the perspective of consolidating it down into either individual ship that is ship specific, and at this point, I guess the only one is obviously our HQ, the Queen Charlotte, and the Reclaimer. The others, there's, options for, right? The C2, the Caterpillar, the Ironclad. And from the interest of consolidation, right? Obviously, it'd be amazing to have all of them available to the company. But I don't see the need to have so many big ships in a small company, in a small group. And obviously, people, in any sort of organized activities that I pull my finger out and actually organize, will have access to their own ships, obviously. But from my perspective, from Crouch Consolidated perspective, what are the core ships that CCR needs to have? Right. Where doth we be going now? Where are we? It's 4:30 in the AM. We've been only on for 3 hours. I guess we haven't really been doing a great deal of anything, just naffing about. The Fortune and the Prospector together in a Polaris or Ironclad are money printers for 4.1.1. I really like the CARRACK, but, you know, the Polaris does have that specific advantage, right? You know, it's got a lovely big hangar. It's got a lovely vehicle bay. It's got a brig. Clear navigation.
Yes, Commander. Navigation cleared.
You really like, Emily, that you really like the reclaimer stream? Would love to find someone who has one and then keep their engine room functioning. Engineering's going to be so good. The CARRACK is a lovely ship. I really do like it. Actually, know what we need to do right now. We need a couple more screenshots in the light, right? You love how they're adding pilot-controlled guns now? Yeah, well, we get control of 2 size 4s, yeah? So it's nice that the pilot actually has control of something. I'm not too concerned about money making. I'm more concerned about activities that can be done in a group that are fun and enjoyable. And, you know, money making is not the point of that, because you can earn way more money faster solo than you could ever do in a group. Group gameplay is purely just about, you know, the social aspect of gaming together. And, you know, getting a little bit, you know, narrative, a little bit role-play-ish. Like Emily was saying there in the chat about, you know, being in the engine room, specifically a job as an engineer, right? Keeping a ship functioning at its optimum. All right, let's jump back to our little fleet, right? So we definitely know. Look, let's grab this Polaris here. Who thought that at this specific time that would have any influence? Well, I'm deeply engrossed in the joy. I can't move all of these together. Come on, man. Unnecessary. Slash. Glutrina, you like taking the Prospector and Fortune in your Polaris along with a couple of rocks and just go to some random areas in Pyro and bedlog for days, mining, scraping, and doing crazy shit in my Cyclone. Yeah. Yep. I can understand that. Oh, it's just, you see, from that perspective, it really does make sense to have a Polaris as the flagship, right? Because it is capable, like I was saying with the CARRACK, it is capable of being the, you know, just the general, you know, the daily driver, so to speak. When there's not a specific event that involves having, you know, a crew aboard the Reclaimer. You could have everybody aboard the Polaris with, you know, a Fortune, a Vulture. Let's check out some smaller ships in here. The Herge Queller, what's it called? The Prospector. Let's get a small little Prospector in here. These are our mining ships. These are our salvage ships. And we've got our raft over there for transport for this small little wing. Let's get a little ridiculous because I do have an Orion. I'm pretty sure I have an Orion. We'll chuck this monstrous beast in there. It's nonsense talk. If engineering in this game will be similar to barotrauma engineering, I'd be so happy. I wouldn't hold your hopes up. I don't know what that is, but, you know, I can only imagine that whatever we get in Star Citizen is going to be a shell of what its potential. Oh, yeah, I have the Arastra too. Let's chuck the Arastra in there. See, the Arastra is another good all-rounder. And why can't I move multiple selections at the same time? Difficult, right? Look, let's get rid of this stupid Orion because we're not going to see that for a long time. And it's too big for this freaking image. All right, let's find something to do, hey? Collection. Bounty Hunter. Let's go kill this little dude here. He's going to be annoying. All right, so this guy's out this way, hey? All right, what's this out here? Is this an OM? Maybe, no, that's selling. Set a course for Yella.
Acknowledged.
All right, let's head on out this way. And we'll go float around in this asteroid belt. And try and shoot this little mosquito. the Polaris will be a better option for base of operations. It's true. As much as I hate it, it's true. Sorry, CARRACK, can't fit the Vulture and a Prospector, hence why I had to use the Fortune. Yeah, so you can fit the Prospector and the Fortune, right? In the Quagglebackler. In the Polaris. I mean, from the salvage perspective, you know, Kingsgate. What does this dude want? Ace the Brewer. We do have the Golem, right? From a mining perspective. Smaller than the Prospector. Again, you don't need to have the facilities that the Prospector has in terms of its living quarters and stuff like that. Because, you know, it's a day ship. Target lock. Atreyu.
I am listening, Commander. How can I help?
Target lock.
Of course, Commander.
Lock target. You freaking annoying. What is going on? Why can I not lock onto this dude? Why can I not lock onto this guy? Is this going to be a circling story, is it? Target lock? Lock target? Okay. Why can't I lock onto this guy? It's a bit weird. Oh yeah, my radar's not on. How did I turn my radar off? And let's just power cycle the ship. Oh, don't tell me I can't use the radar in the pilot seat. How do you turn the radar on? What's the hotkey? The radar. Can't put pips into my radar? What? Are you kidding me? I had pips left over. I shouldn't need to reduce the pips. There were pips left over. Nothing left over? guy can't do anything to us anyway. Whoops. Now we can. Get those shields back up. Okay. Now we have a radar. Weird. This is a ridiculous fight. Nonsense talk. It is nice though to be in a CARRACK and actually have some firepower. You know, not that we're, you know, able to do a great deal. We certainly don't have the agility required to do this sort of activity. Get on him! This is ridiculous. Stop that! It tickles! It tickles! Where is he? Where is she? Where is she? Now we have her! This could take quite some time. This could take quite some time. But we'll get there. Eventually. Watching this crouch makes me feel like I'm stoned. Oh, Glutrino. Where's he going? Is he running away? Tucker, you prefer the Prospector since you can use the Argo bags on it and has a bed log? He's coming back in. Guns ahoy. Hey! He's in a Prospector, isn't he? Slow claps. It was It was an exciting and exhilarating combat. Both. So we also have, let's Gollum. Look at this little ship here. Should have scanned for cargo. He was in a Polaris, wasn't he? He was not a Polaris. He was in a Prospector, yeah. No cargo on that Prospector. The CARRACK needs size 5 pilot guns or bigger. I don't know. I kind of, that was one of the things that I really enjoyed about the CARRACK is that the pilot was just purely the pilot. And you needed other crew on board if you wanted to have any sort of firepower. So I don't mind the fact that it only has 2 size 4s. Again, you know, it's not really a solo ship. I don't know what my daily driver is. It's probably the Zeus. All right, 100% I know that the Reclaimer is involved in this situation. Okay, let's make ourselves a 100% section. The Reclaimer, the Mole. And at this point, the CARRACK, the A2. All right? If I wanted to organize a group activity for just a small group of people, you know, 4, 5, 6 people, probably max, right? Again, I have no intentions of setting up any sort of org or growing a big group of, you know, people. You know, I'm very much interested in just a small group of, you know, people at a time. So a small group of people can get aboard the A2 and go out and do some bounty missions, both, you know, bounty hunting and, you know, mercenary work down into UGFs and on the ground and all that sort of stuff. A group of people can get aboard a Mole and go out and do a bunch of prospecting. I'm not sure at this stage how the whole exchanging of bags and stuff works. Because if we can have a Mole out there, that's supported, let's say, by a raft, and the raft is bringing empty bags and just swapping them over with the Mole, so the Mole's just out there and it's mining, and then the bags get taken off of the Mole, popped onto the raft and swapped over, and then as the Mole is kind of on its last set of bags, the raft disappears off and goes and drops off all of the bags. Now, at this point, you can't refine, right, from your warehouse. You can't choose your warehouse as a location to refine from, right? But I'm assuming I was just about to say, I'm assuming you can probably choose the raft, right? What ship am I refining from? But again, the raft isn't a mining vehicle. So maybe this is sort of in the future, right? Or we have the mole out there mining with a, you know, pilot, 3 lasers, 4 crew aboard it. We have the raft with the other 2 crew, a pilot and someone moving cargo and stuff around. This team is out here mining. This team is running backwards and forwards between the warehouse, dropping off full bags and bringing back empty bags. And then at the end of the session, the mole needs to come back to the depot, load a bunch of bags onto it, lodge the job in the refinery. Bring the next lot of bags up out of the refinery, put them into the mole, lodge them in the refinery. I'm assuming that's how it would work. But the reclaimer can have a small crew aboard it. The mole can have a small crew aboard it. The A2 can have a small crew aboard it. And the CARRACK is a general purpose sort of ship. You could, I think we've fit 3 rocks in the CARRACK before. Yes, the Arastra would be amazing, but it's not out yet. So for the short term, right, the Arastra is at least a year away. What sort of mercenary contracts do we have? Provide some backup. Okay, so this time, no shooty any guards. And certainly not the first person I shoot in this facility. Actually, there'll be no shooting of any guards. I can't believe that. The first combat mission I do out here for Crusader Industries, the security assessment. The first person I shoot inside the facility was a security guard. Marcion. Marcion. That's better. Let's go. What about a Valkyrie for group bunker missions? Well, that's what we'd use the A2 for. That's what we could use. I mean, the A2 is our all-rounder security. It's got enough turrets in it to have people in there, you know, in control of a turret for bounties, and then obviously you can just land. It's got a massive weapons and armory, you know, it's got a massive armory on it. Heaps of storage. You can put a medical Pisces inside it for that respawn point. Oh, that's something else that should be added, right? We need some support vehicles. We need a rock. Obviously, people can bring their own rocks. We need a medical... a medivac. And for the sake of just completing out this little scenario, let's chuck the C2 in here as well. So now we've got all of our bases covered, right? We've got a big salvage ship that can have a crew aboard it. We've got a mole that can do some mining aboard it. We've got an A2 that can do some security work with a crew aboard it. And we've got a C2 that can do some hauling work with a crew aboard it. And then our central support, right? Let's go. So from a core perspective, those are really the core ships, right? Are you kidding me? What is this dude doing here? Bellerophon. That could be the name of someone's ship. Is that an 890 jump? It is. We are going way too quick. Someone brought an 890 jump to this facility. Look at the size of that ship. I haven't seen an 890 jump for ages. I was wondering why there was a play here, but it's not, right? It's just the ship. That's amazing. 890 combat jump. All right, let's get changed. But obviously it wasn't the player's name, it was the name of their ship, yeah? Let's get changed, because we're not sort of attired for combat at this point in time. Still cruising around in our fancy duds. I think our weapons are going to be down in the weapons, in the armory. Let's head down to the armory. Guess we should probably have something to quickly drink while we're here. Grab ourselves a fruit smoothie. Access to the inventory, please. Sustenance. Let's have ourselves a nice fruit smoothie. Nice and healthy for us. The Arastra will be the biggest money maker out of all of them. The Arastra is going to be so much fun. All right, let's head to the armory. I just like the CARRACK way more than the Polaris. It just, I don't know, there's something about this ship that just feels proper to me. All right, let's grab that. Let's grab that. All right, let's go fight ourselves out the back of the ship. Oh, I don't have a helmet on. That's why we're slowly dying. Luwaki. Thank you, dogs. Appreciate you tuning in, mate. Have a good one. I guess we could do some looting while we're here, hey? We could go back and get a box. What just happened, Solar God? Did I glitch out of the ship? Yeah, so the back of the CARRACK, the rear elevator is missing its collision on the back wall. So if you need to bail out of the CARRACK real quick and you're near the back of the ship, you can just run out through the elevator at the back of the ship and you fall down through the ship. And like I said, we got farted out. Let's loot this place, right? Might as well loot this place. Let's do a proper job. Let's do a proper job. Ah, fuck. Thank God for that jump button. Alright, so to do a proper job, we're going to need a freaking tractor beam, aren't we? Because I don't have one. And where is it? It's in me goddamn locker. $11 likes on YouTube. We've had a very small viewership on YouTube tonight, but that's to be expected from this nonsense. Well, we've got 11 likes. That's amazing. That's amazing. For instance, she has not been a terribly exciting stream. Just a little bit of nonsense, really. Okay, let's grab that. Can we still use the stairs? Well, you need to take a box with us. That's not a box. That's a box. I was going to say, who brings an 890 jump to a bunker mission? But I have just rocked up in a CARRACK, so you know. No one to worky? I think I just saw somebody moving behind me. Okay. Maybe what we should do this sensibly. Let's just pile everything up next to the box. And then we can open up the box and just drag everything into it. All right. Okay. We do have a big enough box to, you know, grab all the helmets and armor and all that sort of stuff. Can't take the scope for some reason. We might as well loot everything. Not really the most efficient use of time, but you know, from the perspective of just hoarding. Oh, can I not get that one? A little bit too far away. If I only had a 1 SCU box, I'd only really be concerned with the weapons. But given we've got a larger box, we might as well fill it up with their armor. Let's go inside first. No. No, don't carry that. Okay, yep, carry that. Thrilling content here, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely riveting. Watching ye old Crouch slowly pick his way through the loot. I can never remember which one of these undersuits are valueless. There's a couple that you just can't sell. Or, well, aren't worth any credits, I should say. So we'll just take them all, hey? So I think for next Friday, I might organize a little session aboard the Reclaimer, the Gabriel Knight. Pop something up on Discord. Put a little event together so people can be aware and let me know if they choose to attend. So I can make sure I have everything prepared. The last time I did a session on the mole, it was so much fun. I'd organized little backpacks for everybody, like a MacFlex backpack. And it had everything you needed in there. Medical supplies, food, you know, all that sort of stuff, you know, water. And so everyone who came aboard, you know, I just gave them one of these backpacks and it had everything they needed. And it just made it so much easier, you know, from a logistics perspective, because, you know, people would turn out without multi-tools and stuff. And, you know, there's always things that you need on an expedition. Things always go wrong. You know, someone gets injured and no one has med pens, or no one has a paramed gun, or for some reason you can't use a med pen and you need a paramed gun and nobody has one. And so I had all of that stuff in the backpack. And, that's what I really enjoy, the logistics side of, just supporting an expedition. And so I'll have to put some more of those together again. Get a bunch of just white MacFlex backpacks. And, all right, we're at 30% already. I think what we need to do is we need to concentrate now on, this is way easier to drag through this door. Let's drag it through the door. Yeah, I'll put together some of those little backpacks, those little, like, care packages, right? So that way, we can be prepared. And that's what I've done so many times with the CARRACK. Kitted out every crew member's locker. I think there's 6 lockers in the crew quarters. And, yeah, the CARRACK's lasted for, about 2 hours before I crash it and it dies. Mr. Glue Trainer, OMG, the last time I think I joined a Crouch event was when we all got into a crater pit into groups and had a crazy battle. Oh, man. The good old Thunder Bowl. The Thunder Bowl. It's been a while since we've had a Thunder Bowl. Yeah, the Thunderball was good fun, man. Over on Aerial. Just fill a crater up with a whole bunch of small ships. Divvy everyone up into teams. And, get a couple of ships there with medical beds on it. Yeah, those were good fun, man. Those were good fun. And this bloody P8 is so nice. Oh, shit. That dude did a little bit of glitching around. Plus, I gun rushed him with no ammo. Why is that dude so far away from the facility? Oh, it gives me time to loot all these guys. Look at how many vests we've got here. No, don't do that. Oh, stupid. Give me that back. 2,500 credits per vest. Thank you very much. Can't pull it off his back. We'll worry about all the armor later on. We'll get the guns and the vests. Yeah, a little reclaiming session next Friday. I think we'll follow that up with a session in the mole. I want to come back to that fleet in a minute. It's good fun just imaginating. It's really nice to see so many of these dudes here with vests on. Quick, easy cash buck dollary doos. This could be a $80,000 chest, I reckon. An 80,000 credit chest. Oh, I could get some of these Crusader security uniforms for the crew quarters. I had spent ages organizing, you know, when I first started thinking about, you know, Crouch Consolidated Industries, I had spent ages and put together uniforms and, you know, both combat uniforms and then, you know, ship uniforms. And, you know, there was so much fun. I really enjoyed all of that sort of stuff. You know, I would like it to be somewhat sort of narrative. So from a, you know, I hate to say from a content perspective, but from a content perspective, you know, being able to have a, you know, a crew that looks like a crew, right? I know that's not everyone's cup of tea, and that's fine, you know. I don't want to make something that's everyone's cup of tea. I want to make, you know, my teapot with my tea that other people who are interested in my tea would be interested in having some of that tea. Because they like my tea. And then some people just won't. And that's cool. You know, I certainly know that, you know, as soon as I say, you know, when you're aboard the ship and we're not involved in combat, you need to go and get changed. Some people are going to say, nah, I'm fucking not interested in that. And when I say to some people, listen, there's no running on the ship. There's no need to be running on the ship. That some people are like, nah, I'm not interested in that shit. And, you know, and that's cool, man. Anyone who's watched me for long enough, spent a little bit of time here at After Dark, knows that I'm very thematic gamer. I'm a narrative gamer. And certainly in a group of people, you know, that's going to be, you know, I'm under no illusions that I'm going to have a big group of people interested in playing, and nor am I really interested in that. Not including us coffee drinkers. To be honest, you know, Ubersmith, I drink way more coffee than I do tea these days. Which reminds me, I need to get some milk for my van. Fucking really been missing proper coffee at work. I haven't had any milk in the van for like 2 weeks. Maybe 3. And so I've been drinking fucking terrible instant coffee at work. Which is crazy, right? Because I could just take some milk from the freaking cupboard at work, from the fridge at work, and go out to my van where there's a proper coffee machine and make a proper coffee, right? But the idiot in me says, no, you can't, man. You need to have your own milk. Get some milk and put it in the fridge in the van, man. All right, I think that's all the loot. Nice little red loot box there with that grenade launcher. Now, there were a couple of Herge Quirtlers around the place. There's one. Let's stick him up here for the moment. Actually, he's a Ninetales dude. Thought I already got this dude's vest. It's respawned. At Easter, it was so much fun. We had like an Easter egg hunt with the kids when all the kids were here, and I was moving around the house, and as they found eggs, I'd put more eggs, back around the place, and the ninja, was running around, and then I heard her from inside yell out to the other kids. She's like, "Oi, guys! Keep looking around. Some of the eggs respawn." And I was like, the eggs respawn? Oh man, these kids play too many games. So I was going to say, I'm going to take some of these Crusader Industries uniforms and put them aboard the Queen Charlotte. But it would be quite nice, and I really enjoy doing it. It's at this point in time a waste of. At this point in time, it's a waste of time. But I do enjoy putting together like a set of armor, like a crew uniform. So you mean like short hair and clean-shaved avatars only? No, not that hardcore. We're not that hardcore. Welcome back, Clipsia. How are you? Now, we probably do have room to loot some of this armor, right? I don't think I'm going to worry. See, the problem... Yeah. You are tired, are you, Calypsia? How was your food? The problem with using these Crusader uniforms is that, they're difficult to replace, right? They're just not something that can be easily gotten. No, I think I shall put together some Crouch Consolidated uniforms. And then I shall make all of that stuff available to crew, along with their little backpack and stuff. And make sure every ship is outfitted. Food was good. Work sucked though. Oh well, it's over now. Good, good. It's all done. Now your evening's free, right? Why put off to tomorrow what you can do today? Hey! 43%. All right, so we might as well loot these guys, fill up the box, go find this last dude who's hundreds of meters away. Who knows why he's so far away. Kill him. And fill up our box to the max. I'm going to say 65,000 for this box. Yes, faster ways to make money. But as a loot goblin, I enjoy the slow game. That's why there shall be no running aboard any of the CCI ships. Or you get booted. You get thrown in the brig. Locked in your cabin. Alright, we've got to get out of here. I want to get back to the fleet. Because as much as I do love the CARRACK right now is a loaner for something. I don't know what it's a loaner for. I can't remember. Now, I really need to rejig my fleet. You know, I'm at that point now where I'm quite happy just to melt my entire fleet. And then that gives me a whole bunch of cash buck dollary doos to play with to put together the ideal fleet to run some nice group activities each week. As much as I am a loner, a lone wolf, it's always so much more fun playing with the group of people. Every activity I've run, and there hasn't been a huge number of them. You know, we've only done, what, 4 or 5 of them. Have been so much fun. And so, you know, just whittling down and focusing my fleet on the ships required to facilitate that sort of activity. I was talking to my wife the other day. You know, tabletop gaming and miniature gaming has been a hobby of mine and a passion since I was a teenager. But after the closure of Knights of Dice and, you know, I've really lost a whole bunch of enthusiasm for it. And I was talking to my wife about, you know, what do we do with all the, you know, equipment and stuff that's sitting behind me? What do I do with all the IP that Knights of Dice has developed over, you know, the 10 years we ran? And, you know, what do I do with all that sort of stuff? And I said to her, listen, I don't know how interested I am in, you know, holding on to any of that stuff or, you know, potentially doing something in the future. You know, the two greatest things that I've really enjoyed about working in that industry, my retail store, Battle Bunker, and the tabletop gaming club that I set up, Axes and Ales Gaming Club, which I haven't been to for years and years and years now. I resigned from the presidency of that club a long time ago, and, you know, we put a proper committee and stuff in place, and then I resigned and handed everything over to the committee. The two things that I loved about that was the facilitation of other people's fun. I never played any games at that gaming club. I set it up because I was like, oh, you know, if I set up my own club, because I couldn't go to clubs on the weekend because the shop was open on the weekend and all that sort of stuff. And I was like, I'm going to open up a gaming club in the north of Melbourne that meets during the week. So, you know, I can go and play games. I think I could count on one hand the number of games I played at that club in the 3 years I spent running that club before the committee took over. Every week I ran that club at a different breweries and stuff, and it was really good, really successful club. And I played maybe 5 games there. For me, the joy that I got out of that was seeing other people's joy. And that's what I loved about the Thunder Bowl, was, you know, the fun that people had in that event. And so from that perspective, I really would, you know, I'd find a lot more purpose in this ridiculous game by making sure that, you know, how I manage my fleet and the limited amount of time that I get for gaming and streaming is spent in the most rewarding way for me possible. And part of that, and a big part of that, is just sitting here rambling and talking and seeing people in the chat and, you know, just streaming. But the other part of it is, you know, every event that I've ran with people has been a huge amount of fun. And I haven't done one for a while. You know, the little session that we had last weekend with Rhino, and who else was aboard Rhino's ship? Flossie? Was Flossie there? Can't remember who was there. Me, Rhino, Mother Fig? I think Mother Fig was there. Was that you, Flossie? You know, that was so much fun. Man, we didn't fill up the box. And this dude is 300 meters away? Why is he all the way over here? Oh, that's right. Dogs joined just as I went off. Glutrina, you, like me, you mainly play alone and enjoy it, but more fun to play with the group. Look, there's the possibility of doing more in a group. Like the Hathor locations and things that are just easier with, you know, other people. See on the other side of that hill? Can I just not see him? Fuck, he better not be in the ground. It's unlikely he'll be in the ground. It's just a little hill, I think. Yeah, there we go. He's searching around for something, isn't he? Oh, he's a glitcher. He's not actually... Oh, this guy's going to be annoying as hell. The only way to deal with these guys is to get up close and club them. Because they keep glitching around. Oh, we got him. And whilst, you know, playing with other people may not from a monetary perspective be, you know, as lucrative as, you know, just doing things by yourself. It's more enjoyable, right? It's more enjoyable. I think we just need to find a group that we like to play with regularly. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So now that I've got Discord set back up, you know, we've got the Rodecaster working properly. We've got all of my audio issues sorted out, which was one of the big issues since I moved to the dual PC streaming setup. And using Voice Potato and stuff and having issues with Discord and all that sort of stuff. That was one of my big blockers that I just couldn't be bothered sorting out. But now that we've got that working, and we had a little session last weekend aboard Rhino's ship, we can get back into, you know, like we used to way back, every Friday being a, you know, a CCI day. And I can start getting those things organized on the Discord, so people know what's happening this week and whether they want to get involved in that type of activity. You know, salvage might not be everyone's cup of tea. Some people might be more interested in combat, and so they can just keep an eye on the events tab and see when the next combat event's happening. Alrighty, now there are a couple of things. I've got things in my backpack, and there's some more vests in that other box. Let's move all this stuff over. Now, we probably do want to keep some guns, right? So we can outfit the armory. There's a backpack in there with a bunch of stuff in it. Flossie, you need to get off. You've got to be up at 12:45 for work. Have a good one, bud. Thank you, Flossie. Appreciate you, buddy. Hope you have a wonderful day, mate.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Commander. Which is broadcasting in the
Flossie.
Has been opened. Flossie69 just gifted 5 subs. Enjoy the Tim Tams, folks, and welcome to After Dark.
Flossie, you're a legend, mate. Thank you so much, my friend. Gifting out 5 subs to the community. The Crouch Potatoes grow. What a legend. What a legend. Some subs to celebrate the year. Thank you, my friend. Greatly appreciate it. I've actually found a newbie Star Citizen streamer that's really nice, and we've been flying around together for a while. That's awesome, man. That's so good. Uber Smith, you play solo a lot, but most fun is had doing co-op gameplay with a small group. Yeah. 100%. Agreed. All right, let's get out of here before something happens. I want to jump back into that fleet viewer for a little bit. Because as much as I do love this freaking CARRACK, like I said, this right now is a loaner for something. Who knows what it's a loaner for? The days of me saying I'm not going to pledge for any concepts went out the window a long time ago. So this CARRACK is a loaner for something I've pledged for. So in terms of organizing my fleet and actually getting the ships into my fleet that, I'd like to have, there is the possibility of picking up the Polaris. Again, the CARRACK is a ridiculous solo daily driver. It can't be my daily driver. Maybe for the Odyssey. I don't know what I've pledged for over the years. It's ridiculous. So let's throw in my daily driver, right? What's my daily driver? I need that in there. My daily driver has been for a while now the Zeus. The CL, right? So let's get my daily driver. Let's get some support vehicles. This rock is so small. I need my vehicles, right? So we've got the CL, we've got the Rock, we've got the Ursa Medivac, which works as a respawn point, as well as a little bit of transport, although it would be nice to have a dedicated transport vehicle. It is the Ursa. Actually, you know what I really should do? Where did you put that? Did you put that right in the middle? Didn't you? Where did you put it? There it is. This is the middle. This is the middle. You know what I should do? The Odyssey or the Galaxy? The Galaxy could be the Galaxy. I pledged for both the Odyssey and the Galaxy. Did I do the Odyssey? Probably did the Galaxy. You know what I should replace my daily driver with? Is my Constellation Phoenix. We need to go back into the middle of this freaking picture. Let's move all this nonsense out of the way. Let's get back into the middle of the picture. Because with the Phoenix, I can carry my rock to do some rock mining. I can carry a little bit of cargo. It's a beautiful, lovely ship. Emily picked herself up a sub. Woohoo! Thank you for those subs, Flossie. 5 gifted subs was amazing. Glutrino's over on Discord. Some ginger-haired dude said I could possibly find some salvage work here. And you also provide uniforms as long as I'm not caught running in the ship, right? Seriously, I just need to know what time I would be interested in joining if there's still room. Yeah, I'm going to put some stuff up. I'm going to schedule up some events. So, A, I'm committed. And B, you know, everyone knows what's going on. So what we can put in here is the links. It doesn't have a huge amount of seats in it. But, you know, it comes with the Phoenix. So from my perspective, right, let's talk about me for a minute. If my daily driver is the Constellation Phoenix, which is an absolutely lovely ship, it's got the 5, it's the same as flying an Andromeda solo, right? You know, it's got the 4 size 5 pilot controlled weapons, so, you know, it's putting out the same amount of firepower as the Andromeda does. You know, it's got the turrets on it. Does it have the turrets on it? I don't know what it has, but it's a lovely ship. I can fit the rock in it, or I can fit the Ursa Medivac in it, or I can fit the Lynx in it. So I can fit the rock in it when I want to go do some rock mining. I can fit the Ursa Medivac in it when I want to go do some bunkers. And I can fit the Lynx in it when I, you know, want to just, you know, have a fancy, you know, transport ship aboard. Where the hell are we? We're flying out into space under main thrusters. Yeah, that sounds good to me. Actually, let's find ourselves a nice little quiet place. Yellow's not really a quiet place. Where the hell are we, man? Is that Seraphim? Security post Carraya. OMs. Comaray. Set a course for Hurston.
Acknowledged.
Quiet place, jump halfway to Art Corp. Yeah, I'm going to jump halfway to Hurston. You like the Taurus, do you, Calypsia? The Phoenix is really nice too. The Taurus is a wonderful ship for cargo, right? The Phoenix is just a luxury ship that really isn't fantastic at anything. Its job is to look pretty, right? And be pretty. Alright, let's jump out to Hurston. The Phoenix has PDCs for them pesky missiles and torpedoes. Oh, does it? That's right, it does, doesn't it? It's also soloable because it has 4 size 5 weapons too. Yeah, exactly. So, I love to go rock mining. I love to run bunkers. I'm really enjoying ship-based combat at the moment, and the Constellation series are kind of agile enough, and they have enough shielding to deal with, you know, most of the ships. Plus those size 5s, those 4 size 5s, pack out a good punch. So this is a good setup for me in terms of my daily drive, right? So, we know we need a reclaimer. We know we need a mole. We know we need a vessel that's capable of some multi-crew combat and security type activities. Now, there's plenty of ships that could fit this role in terms of security. I know at some point I want this Arastra in my fleet. It's definitely going to be part of the fleet. So I'll pop it in there for the moment, even though it's a concept ship. Meister Chewy Num Nums, how are you? The Star Lance attack. That's also a good choice, right? Because the tack, it is a good choice over the A2. A can carry ground vehicles just like the A2 can. It's got a medical bed that A2 doesn't have. It's got turrets like the A2 does, although the A2's probably a little bit more upgunned than the TAC is. The TAC is probably, and I own a TAC and an A2 already. You know, all of these ships that we're talking about, most of them, in fact, I already have. But, you know, we can consolidate the fleet. I mean, there's a whole bunch of ships that aren't in this diagram that I have that just never get used. Pointless. The amount of money I've spent on this fucking game. That by consolidating things, like getting rid of this A2, which I don't know how much it was, $700 or whatever, and we can put something like the Polaris in. All right, let's put that to the side for the moment. We've got ourselves a nice big salvage ship and a, salvage ship. We've got ourselves the biggest, at the moment, multi-crew mining ship, which will be replaced by the Arastra when it comes in, which means we can get rid of the mole. The TAC has an upper hangar for an extra ship. Oh, yes, that's very true. Oh, and that's the other thing about the Phoenix, right? You know, it's got some turrets in it. Does the Phoenix have turrets? I can't remember. I'm sure it's got turrets. But it's also got the snub ship at the back, right? So even just for some small group gameplay, you know, someone who is a good fighter pilot can jump in the snub ship. Two turret gunners plus the pilot. I'm pretty sure the Phoenix still has the 2 turrets. I can't quite remember. I do have a bunch of... What are their little ships called? Furies. Let's just move around a little bit. So now into this, we need to add something for... We've got salvage. We've got mining. At least prospecting. We've got security. We've got our mining upgrade. We need something for... cargo, hauling. So we've got lots of choices, right? At the moment, we could either go with the C2 or the Caterpillar. And then obviously we have the ironclads and all these other ships that we can add in later on. So the option then for I mean, if we come back, right, route consolidated industries, and I think we do need to, as Herge Quertler was saying, Rhino was saying, this really should say industries. That's already been made into an outline. So if we change this to industries, let me make this into axis. This is nonsense. But it's my nonsense and it's fun. Looks a bit like the Caldari logo from EVE Online. Glutrino, my friend. Crouch, is this your current fleet? It's some of it. It's some of it. I don't know what I have in my fleet, if I'm honest. Let's get rid of that. Pop this in there. And just for the purposes, let's make it an outline. All right, we got to look up that other logo, right? Because Acorn did say earlier on, and I took it as quite a nice compliment, he said it looks like a logo that already exists. Which either means it looks like a logo that already exists, or, from my perspective, you know, it looks like a logo that already exists, means it fits. It just looks like it exists already. It works. Let's have a look. Caldari. Logo Eve. It does, doesn't it? It's a beautiful use of negative space in that logo. It's very nice. Yeah, the use of negative space here is wonderful. Right. Now, let's just save our changes here. Ah! Is our fleet gone? So, coming back to our fleet, right? All of these smaller ships aside, we've got a choice for cargo at the moment. The EVA Empire logos are pretty nice. Yeah, that was very, very nice. The Caterpillar or the C2? The C2 is simple. It's just a big hold. Fit a whole bunch of stuff in it. Easy to load, easy to unload. From a hauling perspective, it probably makes the most sense. The Caterpillar, on the other hand, you know, it's very thematic sort of ship, isn't it? Not as easy to load or unload. I'd say Caterpillar because I like the aesthetic better. Yeah. Plus in the Caterpillar you could have a whole bunch more fun, right? It's probably easier in a Caterpillar to load from space because you can open all the pods and you could have people chucking cargo in and people arranging it, whereas in the C2 you've just got the ramp at the back and the ramp at the front, and plus it's Drake, right? All right. The C2 is probably easier to use, but I very much prefer the Caterpillar. So we'll chuck the Caterpillar in as our hauling ship, as our freight. So now we have the 4 pillars, right? Mining, hauling, security, and salvage. Mining, hauling, security, and salvage. What we don't have from a mining perspective is a small little ship, a small fleet, something I can use. Obviously, I can go out solo in the mole. I'm really interested in consolidating my fleet down. I can go solo in the mole. Don't really need the prospector. The reclaimer, on the other hand, I kind of do want to keep a vulture. Right? Now let's add it down here in the support ships because, you know, there's times where I just want to go out and have like a salvage stream and I don't want to be in this huge big behemoth, right? So I want to have my vulture. And from that perspective, it'd be nice to keep the prospector. We can have a group aboard the mole and go out and have some fun. From a group salvage perspective, we can get a whole bunch of people aboard the reclaimer. I don't think it's really necessary to have a whole bunch of like little fortunes and rafts and all that sort of stuff. You know, we could put this together as a group. From the perspective of my fleet, I'm obviously not going to have 3 fortunes, right? But from a group perspective, we could say, okay, look, let's get the Caterpillar, and anyone who has fortunes, you know, we can have, you know, the fortunes out there scraping and chuck everything into the Caterpillar. You love your vulture, Calypsia? It's so much fun. I really enjoy the vulture. Misk, Aegis, RSI, Drake, Argo. You know, you've got to cover all the bases, right? You know. I mean, each ship has a different purpose, yeah? Okay, so from my perspective, when I'm just gaming or playing or, you know, having just a regular, you know, crouch stream, flying around doing some combat, doing some rock mining, doing some bunkers, doing some salvage, doing some prospecting, don't really do a whole bunch of hauling. But if I did want to do hauling, then I'd probably want to do it at scale, and therefore I'd have the Caterpillar. Don't really need to have another cargo ship, so to speak. So this bottom row here has me covered. Do some ore mining, do some rock mining, do some salvage, do some combat, do some hauling. Again, I'm not a PvP player, so I don't need a little fighter you know, to be agile and get into dogfights and all that sort of stuff. And if I did want to do that sort of stuff, then you can go to Grim Hex in the little Merlin or whatever is in the Phoenix. Can't remember what it is, and just do dog fighting in that. But you know, that bottom row has me covered. And then we have our group gameplay, our big reclaimer for big salvage missions, our Star Lance attack for our you know, security and combat related activities, and then our mining, prospecting, group prospecting. From the perspective of group rock mining, there's nothing really here that can carry a bunch of rocks. Again, this is where the C2 comes into play, right? Because in the C2, you can fit 6 or 7 rocks. And so some people might want to come and bring their scout ship. And just like we did once before when we had a group rock mining session in the CARRACK aboard the Queen Charlotte, what did we have? 3 or 4 rocks in the little garage bay. And I was just flying around. We had somebody scouting. And then I was flying the CARRACK, and then we'd just drop off a rock miner on a patch of nodes, fly over to the next patch of nodes, drop a rock miner there. And, you know, then we'd come back and collect them, and all the gems and stuff would go into a container. So from that perspective, from a group rock mining perspective, I'm not going to supply everybody's rocks. Like I've done that in the past. Or, you know, I could, you know, I think at one point during all the patches, I think I'd bought 8 rocks and was able to fully supply. You know, all you needed to do was just turn up. And I had everything there that we needed to do. I can still do that, obviously, in game. You know, I'm not going to pledge for a rock on the pledge draw, I'll just buy it in game. I'm not going to pledge for an Ursa Medivac, I'll just buy it in game. And so from that perspective, the C2, you know, the big ships are what I'll pledge for. I either have right now or, like, I think I melted my C2. Maybe I still have it. I have no idea. We've got a big ship. We can have 4, 5, 6 people on a reclaimer. We can have 4, 5, 6 people in a Star Lance attack for combat-related stuff. We can have 4 people aboard a mole for a, you know, prospecting expedition. 5 people, I guess, if you wanted to include an engineer or someone who's specifically, you know, changing out modules or lasers and stuff like that on the mole. But from a group rock mining perspective, there's nothing in here that allows us to move a bunch of rocks around together. So the C2 wins out there over the Caterpillar. It's just the Caterpillar is just cool, though. So if I swap the Caterpillar for the C2, then this still has all my bases covered in terms of hauling and, you know, all the other bits and pieces I went through already. But the C2 now allows us to have a whole bunch of people come and put rocks in there and then fly around and drop somebody off and on this patch of nodes and drop somebody off on this patch of nodes, and we can all be talking in Discord and having fun. And, you know, whilst we're all essentially working on our own little patch of nodes, you know, we're all talking and having fun and being involved in the conversation. Eventually, the Caterpillar will be easy to load vehicles into, so that would be good for that. What needs to change on the Caterpillar for that to be easier? Isn't the Caterpillar pretty much done? Like, its cargo, you know, doors and everything open and all that sort of stuff. Thought they were going to work on making the cargo doors into like little elevators to lift things in. That the CARRACK is supposed to have the pods that open and then drop down to the ground. But the caterpillar is already so low to the ground that they don't really need to descend at all. Whereas the CARRACK's so far off the ground that its doors are supposed to lower to the ground. Now let's have a little bit of a look for some activity. You know what we might do? Let's go back to... we'll head back... What's the time? It's 6:15. We'll head back Hurston Way. We'll go to Everest Harbour. We'll go sell this loot crate. I'm going to say... 65,000. 70. I'm going to say 70,000 for that loot crate. There's quite a number of, jackets in there. They're 2.5 grand each. We picked up quite a few weapons. I'm going to say, what did I say? 70 grand. 70 grand for the loot crate. Right, let's go sell that loot crate while we're continuing to theorize, a functional yet consolidated fleet. Yes, there's loads of other ships that we could have and, lots of other ships that are coming and stuff. And, yes, the CARRACK is a beautiful ship and yes, the Polaris can fit a whole bunch of, smaller little ships inside it. And, but from a daily driver perspective, something that I can easily solo, it doesn't make sense, right? And living aboard a ship in Star Citizen right now doesn't really work. Simply because of the setup time and, just the logistics of living out of a ship. Outside of the novelty of trying to see how long you can do it for and all that sort of stuff. It's not a realistic scenario at this point in the game's progress. So I don't see myself using a Polaris as a daily driver, even though I could have inside it a salvage ship, a mining ship, a rock, as a a functional, go anywhere and do anything sort of base. It would be fun to have, right? So let's put a would be fun to have little base ship, right? So it can fit a Fortune. This is our salvage ship, right? It can fit a Fortune in it. And did someone say it can fit a Prospector? Why have I got a Fortune here? Vulture. Prospector. These are my personal ships. We don't need that Fortune. What we do want is another Prospector. We can put a rock in there. Where's frickin' Acorn when we need him? He knows this ship backwards. A nurser? The Polaris has a medical bed in it already. But yes, some sort of ground vehicle. Probably just nurser. I don't think it needs a nurse. I guess we could put a nurser in there. This is from a fun perspective from me, right? That, you know, this is my liverboard ship that's got everything in it, right? That allows me to go rock mining, prospecting, salvaging, go down and take this huge big ship down to a bunker. I can't really fight in a, you know, ships like I could if I was in the Constellation, right? This ship is just too big. Set a course for Everest Harbor. Atreyu.
I am listening, Commander. How
You
can I
are
help?
not. Set a course for Everest Harbor. You are a massive pain in the ass. I need to reprogram you. Just delete you. You are going to be deleted. I think I need to retrain the voice recognition. Yeah, from a ship-based, you know, doing bounty missions and stuff, like we did the other night in the Cutlass Black. So much fun. Obviously, the Cutlass Black way more nimble than the Constellation Phoenix. The Constellation Phoenix. Oh man, this freaking star map. This quantum jumping nonsense. I hope this is fixed in 4.1.1. He never listens. He never listens. He's such a pain in the butt. So from a bounty hunting perspective, you know, I've done a lot of it in the Andromeda. And there's no reason why the Phoenix would be any different, right? Yeah, their handling characteristics, you know, across the Constellation series will vary slightly, but, you know, I can do some combat in that ship. I don't think I'd be able to do it in the Polaris. So the Polaris isn't really ticking every box, simply because it can't, right? There's no way that you can have a ship big enough to have other ships inside it, as well as a whole bunch of vehicles, and still be a capable, you know, solo, you know, not dogfighter is the wrong word, but, you know, Hello. Glutrina, you love your Polaris, but it's a mobile base more than a daily, a doable daily driver type, yeah. Soloable? No, the Polaris isn't for that. Yeah, exactly. But if you someday have enough people to live aboard it, and that's a thing that we can do in the game. Yeah, like Glutrina was saying, that the mobile base. What are we doing here? Oh, that's right. We're coming to sell our goodie box. $70 grand, I said, hey? I mean, even the CARRACK, as we've just seen, is no good from a solo perspective in terms of, you know, trying to do bounties and stuff. The biggest ship that that I'd be happy to do that in would be the Constellations. Packs a punch, can take a hit or two, nimble enough to be able to, you know, get the job done. Even against some M50s, yes, you're chasing them around, but, you know, once you get a good beat on them, those size 5s just tear things apart. So, the Polaris is kind of a novelty, right? And if I'm consolidating my fleet down, like I'd love to throw a Starfarer in there, but there's no point, right? There's no refueling gameplay at all. Yes, we can refuel people's ships, but outside of that being a thing because the bloody server meshing is broken and people are running out of fuel when they cross boundaries and stuff, you know, there's no missions for it. There's no NPCs to refuel, and you know, there's not even any, you know, at least at this stage, you know, go and refuel space stations. Go out in the Starfarer, you know, refine the hydrogen in the scoops like it's supposed to be able to do, which obviously isn't a thing at this point in the game, although some people in the chat have debated that in the past. And, you know, go and resupply fuel stations. You know, if that was a possibility, you know, if that was, you know, missions or just something you could do from a sandbox perspective, just like we have salvage contracts, or you can go just, you know, sandbox panels out in space. If we could just go out there, okay, good to see. People have special abilities. If we could just go and refine hydrogen and then just go to a space station and sell it, as well as, you know, accept contracts, you know, I'd have a Starfarer. But no, we want to go to the cargo center. But at this point in time, I guess what I'm trying to get at is just really consolidating my fleet down. And then obviously I'm going to have a whole bunch of store credits sitting there. I can't get that store. I can't get that cash back, dollary dues back, can I? Cash. Can't get that cash back. It's just going to be sitting there in store credit. All right, let's sell this box, hey? Sell this store roll. Are you fucking kidding me? Here we go. 79,667 credits. Let's go. Oh, they're only 2,400 for the vests. That's all right, close enough to 2,500. 80 grand for that box. Lovely. I think I originally said it was going to be about 80, 85 grand. Then I dialed back my optimism. Mr. Tickler, you load your Polaris with these ground vehicles when I live out of it: an Atlas Geo, a CSV SM, an Ursa, a Cyclone AA, and a Cyclone MT. For the hangar, you put an Arrow, a Hornet Mark II, a Razor EX, and a Fury. See, there's so many double ups there, though. Like, why an Arrow and a Hornet? And a Fury? I mean, I guess if you lose one of them in combat and you respawn back aboard the Polaris, you've got another ship that you can take out for combat. I guess I should take more loot from the bunkers, Calypsia. Yeah, 80 grand. You know, it takes time, right? You know, it really, you know, you could just grind through bunkers so quickly. It takes you 5 minutes to do a bunker, but, you know, 20 minutes to loot it. in the 20 minutes you've looted it, you could run 3 other bunkers. But, you know... What's occurring, Motherfig? Oh, you know, just general rambling, killing time, naffing about. We've been talking about this fleet, right? This bottom row being, you know, my daily fleet, right? The Connie Phoenix. Lovely ship. Comes with a ground vehicle. I can go rock mining in it. I can throw the Ursa Medivac in it to give me a respawn point for when I go do bunkers. I can run bounties in this ship, the size 5, the pod size 5s, pilot-controlled weapons. I can get a small number of people on this ship. I think the Phoenix... Actually, let's have a look, right? Let's get the Phoenix out. It's probably down at Lawville, hey? What did we get here in the CARRACK? I think the Phoenix still has 2 turrets on it. So this combination, right? This little set of ships, the Rock, the Ursa Medivac, and the Phoenix cover most of my bases. Bunkers, rock mining, and ship bounties. And then if I throw in the Vulture, that gives me my salvage experience. And a Prospector gives me a little bit of prospecting. And if I throw in the Hercules here, then that gives me a whole bunch of big, massive hauling capabilities. Then we move up to the next row, which is all about Crouch Consolidated Industries and multi-crew activities. The Reclaimer, 5-6 people fully crewed. Have a bunch of fun in the Reclaimer out there doing some salvaging. 3-4 people aboard a mole, going out for a little prospecting expedition. The Starlance Attack, good for doing bounties in, running security work, get a whole bunch of people in there to do bunkers and all that, you know, security combat related sort of stuff. Great ship, perfect for it. The Erastra being the upgrade from the mole for when the Erastra comes out, will essentially replace this mole as the multi-crew mining experience. The C2 also doubles as our multi-crew rock mining experience. So, you know, everyone can bring their own rocks, or again, progressively over time, like I did before, you know, buy 6 or 7, 8 rocks in game, and then chuck them all in the Hercules and put up an event on Discord and say, hey, listen, you know, we've got 8 spots available for, you know, a multi-crew rock mining, you know, expedition. Or more, you know, we need scouts and all that sort of stuff, whoever wants to bring along their ship and stuff. But the main base of operations will operate out of, you know, Charlie 2, and, you know, all the rocks and stuff will be available. So this fleet here covers most of the bases, at least for the early days, of Crouch Consolidated Industries. So this is what we've been talking about, you know. Usually run through Calypsia, check for ammo and usables on the bodies, and then look around the bunker for boxes that have good stuff on them. And that's all I take. Get a backpack and take the guns. You can fit 8 or 9 rifles in a backpack. And, you know, and the vests. Grab the vests. They're 2.4k. Just grab the vests and the rifles. And you've got an easy 20 grand right there extra out of every bunker. The Phoenix does have its 2 turrets. Lovely. TAC has a Fury Bay. Yeah, so, I mean, we can chuck, you know, a combat pilot in the TAC as well. I think you can fit 2 rocks in the TAC, but a lot more geos. The geo is fun to use. The geo is fun to use. So yeah, I think that's the fleet. And then we moved up into the, you know, fun to sort of have, you know, a Polaris with a rock, a prospector to do a little bit of prospecting, you know, a fortune to do a little bit of salvaging. Nothing in here really capable of, you know, space combat. Although I guess it'd be interesting to see, right? Last time I got separated from my Nomad, as long as I was on the same server, I always saw a marker for the Nomad. Now, I don't think it operated as a quantum location, but I could throw into here a combat-related ship, like the Hornet, for example, which would then allow me to leave the Polaris somewhere, and then take out the Hornet, you know, for the last jump into the asteroid field, fight, do my combat, and then jump back out to the mothership, so to speak. The 8K storage on the Rock wins hands down? What do you mean by 8K? The storage on the Rock's been increased to 1,200 gems. Where are you getting 8K from? 8 SCU on a Rock? What are you talking about?
Welcome to the ASOC Vehicle Retrieval System.
The Rock hasn't been the same ever since they nerfed its movement. It's certainly had its ups and downs. I like the Rock. It's in a really good place. Yeah, the Phoenix is down at Lawville. All right, let's head back down to Lawville. Like the Rock as well, Clips. It's just not as handy to reach those harder clusters. The Geo is fun to jump around in, I must admit. And I don't really have a problem with having to unload 100 gems, you know. Again, you know, I'm the slow player. Never interested in doing things quickly or the, you know, the fastest way to make money and all that sort of stuff, or, you know, the highest levels of efficiency. I'm still waiting for Motherfig to tell me where he's getting 8 SCU from for the Rock. Or did I miss it? It'd be interesting. I can see Mr. Tickler up there saying he actually mines more gems with the Geo than the Rock. It'd be interesting to have like a group event, right? Of Rock miners versus, you know, Geo miners. It'd be nice if the Geo cargo's capacity on the HUD worked. Mine still says it has gems in it, but it's empty and they haven't used it in a week. Yeah, that's a problem right now. You're sure it's 8 and may be absolutely wrong. You're 100% wrong. It's 1.2 SCU. You are 100% wrong. It used to be 0.8, 800 gems. It then got increased with the Rock saddlebags to 1.2 SCU, 1,200 gems in a Rock. The Rock DS used to have 3 SCU in it. I think that went up to 4. So the Rock DS can carry 4,000 gems before it needs to be emptied. 8 SCU in a rock would be absolutely legendary. Oh, just remembering the old days of going rock mining, and you'd be so freaked out when you had a half a rock full, and you'd be thinking about the next 30k, and you know, you'd go mine a patch of gems and then fly straight back to an outpost to sell, you know, 80,000 credits worth of gems. And now people doing crazy things like trying to collect 8 SCU of gems, which is, you know, easily doable. It just takes time over a couple of sessions. I think, a couple of months back we did a 10 SCU of gems, 10,000 gems. I've had a night. Which I mined over like a 2-week period, just bed logging on Ignis. Out of control. You'd love to go out on a Rock DS, but everyone seems to hate on it. The Rock DS is so much fun. I really enjoy it, even solo, right? But people do hate on it. Which, you know, I mean, people are only hating on it because, you know, it's a multi-crew vehicle that doesn't have multi-crew capability. You know, you have one person who drives around and the other person who actually operates the laser. While the laser is operating, the person who's driving around really doesn't have anything to do. Don't get me started on rock mining. There's so many things that could be done with rock mining to make it an unbelievable experience. You up the player count to 720. It's getting there. It's getting there. It's chunky business. Man, it doesn't seem like all that long ago we had 50 player servers. And now it's 720. 50 player servers, man. And people were losing their mind when it went to 100. Now it's 720 and people are like, it's not enough. It's not enough. It's been a lovely expedition. It's been a lovely expedition. Outside of Argo, unless I'm out on an expedition and I'm rock mining for days and days and days, I generally always come back to Lawville. You know, having a mobile base like the Polaris with all the ships and everything in it, it's just so frustrating when you spend 2 hours, you know, putting your ship together and something ridiculous happens and it's all gone. And then, you know, as much as, fucking, what am I doing? Flying right into the building. I do enjoy that process of, you know, outfitting a ship. But when it becomes more viable, like in terms of being able to, you know, insure the ship and contents, everything I have inside my ship when it's destroyed, give me the option of claiming that on my insurance. And yes, I'm happy to pay the excess. Every ship that's inside it, everything that's in the lockers, everything that's on any rack. Give me the option. Just claim the ship, or claim the ship in racks, claim the ship in lockers, claim the ship in lockers and racks. You know, it's not hard to put together a little list. Hangar request completed. What are you talking about? Oh yeah. I knew that was my hangar. It's always my hangar. Kiss the ground a little bit. Do I not have any landing gear down? I do. We just didn't land straight and level. What a lovely little adventure. I was going to say we've only been on for a little over 5 hours, but that's because I started late, yeah? Where we started at 1:30 instead of 9. I'm not trespassing. I'm freaking on my own ship. Let's get changed. Get some fancy duds on, hey? What's going on with these shoes? The inventory has decided it's going to be interesting. Don't really work with these pants, do they? Do these ones? Not really. Deciding to be interesting. There we go. Nice dark red jacket. Shiny in you. I'm on my own ship. Just that elevator was private property, hey? Well, it's been wonderful. It's been absolutely wonderful. Nice little expedition aboard the Queen Charlotte. We left from Lawville. We've been all over the place. Done a bit of everything, including dogfighting against a freaking prospector. Figuring out we didn't have power to our radar. Hauled a bunch of scrap all the way out to the Magnus Gateway and brought some steel back. Helped out the people of Seraphon. Shot a guard. Paid off a crime stat. Hauled some cargo. Let's get back into the spaceport. We did not explode. There was no boom, but there was no big butter booms. We managed to evade the turret fire at that facility. I think we were being shot at by 3 different turrets. And the shields on the CARRACK were holding strong. All of its front shields had gone down, but it didn't really take a great deal of damage. And we just got in and flew off.
You are fined 1 credit for a violation of the verbal morality.
For denying me Big Butter Boom. That's true. I'll pay that fine. I'll pay the no big bada boom fine. So the Polaris would be a fun ship to have, right? You know, from the perspective of, you know, a liveaboard with everything you need on it. You know, ground vehicles, combat ships, mining ships, all that sort of stuff. And I guess from the perspective of the CARRACK, never really having pilot-controlled weapons to begin with, I never used the CARRACK in a combat-orientated role. It's going to be impossible to find a soloable ship that can carry other ships and have all the other vehicles and all that sort of stuff. So from that perspective, from a liveaboard base, if I do, you know, really just consolidate my fleet down to, you know, essentially just this. You know, I do have a whole bunch of credit there to put into something that's fun. Now, the upgrade paths, I guess, for this sort of stuff, maybe from the Star Lance attack to the Ironclad assault. That's the Ironclad. We've already got an Ironclad. We need an Ironclad assault. The C2 to the Ironclad. You know, this is near term, right? And then things like the Odyssey and all that sort of stuff, and the Orion and... I mean, at the end of the day, if I melt everything down and rebuild my fleet, we have, you know, almost, you know, we've got a lot of money to play with. A lot of money to play with. And even though you get limited buybacks with store credit each month, you know, I'm not going to be buying everything back at the same time, so that doesn't really bother me too much now. I've sort of gotten over that. I like this fleet. Are there other things that I could add in here? Oh, you know the other thing I want to keep in here? For those days when I really just want to go full combat. I'm so close to getting the executive edition. Is the F8. See, if I spend just a little bit more money, then I can melt this lightning, and then I get a free one, yeah? I'm saving money. So for those days when I just want to go, I'm just going to have a full combat stream. Just like we did the other night on my alt account in the Cutlass Black. I can go run bunkers in an F8 Lightning. Don't worry about, you know, looting and all that sort of stuff. Just grind out rep. Go grind out bounty missions. This is my all-rounder. Industry-specific prospector, industry-specific vulture, industry-specific just straight-up killing, industry-specific hauling. Group activities in the Reclaimer, group activities in the Mole, group activities in the Star Lance attack, which is just around the corner. And then obviously we've got the Arastra, which is, you know, a year or so away, maybe a little longer. Thoughts, feedback, opinions for those people playing along at home. It's almost 7 a.m. Got about half an hour before I need to get the bear up. It's a nice consolidated fleet. It doesn't really duplicate up on anything. I guess one thing I could throw into here, right, would be a Fury. To put into the Star Lancer, into the TAC. We've got an Ursa we can put in. Oh, the TAC doesn't need an Ursa. It's got its own bed. We can put a Rock in there. I can put a Fury in there. You need to make some cash in game, do you, Motherfig? Because there's a chance military components will be buyable at Invictus. Ooh. You don't care for the Phoenix. The rest is solid. Well, the idea behind the Phoenix is that, you know, it's kind of like an upgunned Cuddy Black. You know, I can do all... This is my daily driver. Get rid of the Zeus. You know, I don't haul cargo in the Zeus anyway, and if I wanted to, I could haul a little bit of cargo in the Phoenix, but I can throw a rock in there and I can go rock mining. I did a huge amount of rock mining in the early days in my Andromeda. I can throw a Nurser in there and go run bunkers. I can just take the ship out by itself with its, you know, size 5, you know, or 4 size 5 weapons, do bounties and all that sort of stuff. Star Lancer Max. What does the Star Lancer Max have? Right? It's a good ship. It's a good ship. Has what? 4 size 4 weapons, pilot controlled. So it packs a punch, but it's boaty. The Phoenix and all the Connie series are boaty. Oops. 224 cargo, big vehicle bay. It's true, in the Star Lancer, you can fit both the Ursa and a Rock. No cross beams in the view. Yeah, you get that little letterbox view, which I do like. It's a hard choice, isn't it? Where's the Star Lancer? I do like how I've gone from the CARRACK being like the HQ, the flagship of Crouch Consolidated Industry, to there being no CARRACK in the fleet at all. But I think this has been a good opportunity for me just to voice things out and to work through things. Again, I have no plans to build a big org or anything like that, but, I would like to have regular, weekly, organised activities with the small community of Crouch Potatoes on the Discord. And this little fleet allows me to do that. It touches on everything. By no means is it holistic. And obviously other people have their own ships and, you know, we can combine fleets. But from my perspective, from things that I can say, okay, I have everything I need to, you know, have a nice mining, have a nice salvage session, have a nice mining session, have a nice combat session, you know, do a little bit of hauling, and then my own personal little fleet. Solar God, come on, you gotta have the CARRACK and the Nomad. There's no Nomad in here. Again, you know, from the perspective of just eliminating double ups and, you know, just things that do the same thing. Like, for example, if I put the Star Lancer Max in here, there's really no need to have the Phoenix. And the Star Lancer Max is probably a little bit more useful than the Phoenix. In fact, it's a lot more useful than the Phoenix. But come on, man, it's a Phoenix, man. It's got a freaking spar in it, which is completely useless, right? You know. From the perspective of maximizing my efficiencies, maximizing my, I mean, the money's already been spent, but, you know, maximizing my cash buck dollary dues. It took me ages to get that Phoenix, man. I missed out on it twice before I finally managed to secure one. FOMO, hey? What about a 600i instead of a Phoenix? A 600i is even more useless. I think I can immediately rule out this Polaris as a fun novelty, right? Not living out of my ship most of the time. Okay, yeah. Phew. It's just sexy. It's true. And then obviously we've got all of our upgrade ships here, right? You know, the Arastra, the Ironclad, the Ironclad Assault. And we don't need any of these things. There's no need for me to have all of these little things that we could, that you know, different people could bring to an event. It's just something about the CARRACK, man. All right, so we've got options here. What's the time? It's 7 o'clock. We've got time to mess about. It was a wonderful session. Thank you to those people who joined me. Now the rest of it is just me talking about a fleet. We can put the max in here, the Starlancer max, right? Let's drop a Starlancer max in here. As an alternative for the Phoenix. I mean, I already have both of these pledged in the pledge store. I have 2 maxes, obviously, because you get a max as a loaner for the TAC. So when the TAC drops in a couple of weeks, I can immediately melt my Phoenix, and that gives me however much the Phoenix is. And I have used the Starlancer quite a bit, you know, with this combination of Rock and the Ursa Medical. And it is fun. It is nice. Jack Axton would be sad that you discard the cat like that. I doubt Jack Axton knows who I am, man. But yes, he's a cat man through and through, isn't he? I mean, obviously there's ships here that, you know, I'm trying to keep it as lean as possible, right? The thing is, it's very difficult to keep things lean when, you know, you've got, oh, but the Phoenix is sexy, man. You know, it's such a nice ship. It's easy to get carried away with the, oh, that ship would be lovely, that ship would be lovely, this would be that. And that's how I've ended up where I am, right? But this fleet here touches on absolutely everything I do in this game, with no redundancy, so to speak. No unnecessary duplication of roles. It's so it's
Commander. Twitch is broadcasting an alert.
Gunslinger_6 can't get
Hey,
enough Tim Tam slams.
Gunslinger.
They've been subscribed for 3 months. Higher
3 months
ground.
in, man. Well, thank you for continuing to join the crouch potatoes. You're a legend. Thank you, mate, for resubbing up on the old Twitch. 3 months, eh? You're a legend. Thank you. I was saying it's so funny. You know, at one stage, I just dreaded the thought of melting anything. And I've told the story about my Starfarer, you know, several times now. Having it melted. It was one of my original pledges, actually. I missed that when we were talking about my original pledges on Saturday. Starfarer, 300i, the 315p, and the Andromeda. When I melted that Starfarer, I just felt so bad, and I instantly tried to buy it back. And I got a different date, purchase date, and I was like, that's not good enough. I want my 2013 date on there, please. And now I really don't care. You know, whatever. It's not even part of this fleet. The Andromeda is not in this fleet. The 300i is not in this fleet. The 315p is not in this fleet. I don't know what the Starlancer Max is like to fight in combat. What does the Starlancer Max have that's pilot controlled? Is it 4 size 4s? Let's get onto some Urkel, right? Well, I guess we could have a look on Robert's Space Industries. It's 4 size 4s, is it? No idea. I used the whole shit in rock mine. Well, see, this is why I like the Phoenix, right? Because the Phoenix covers all of my bases. I like to rock mine, I like to run bunkers, and I like to shoot ships and bounties. And the Phoenix does all of those very well. What the fuck am I looking for? The MISC. Can I just not see here? Star Lancer Max. Yeah, so it's got, these are the turrets. Dual size 4s. See, the Phoenix, on the other hand, has quad size 5s. This has quad size 4s. I've flown the Andromedas, or the constellations, in combat quite a lot. Let's come back to the fleet. I mean, obviously I can have both the Ursa, the Nursa, and the Rock in the Star Lancer Max at the same time, which I can't do in the Phoenix. But again, from a liverboard perspective, you know, I'm either going to be out there rock mining, or I'm going to be out there doing bunkers. It is nice, though, to have the option to have both. I mean, quad size 4 is nothing to sneeze at. I mean, we run the Cutlass Black with quad size 3s, right? And that still shreds in combat, although it is far more nimble than this bigger ship. That's why I have my F8 in here. If I just want to go out and shoot stuff and have fun and roll around and, you know, pour out the firepower, I'm in the F8. As my daily runabout, as my daily liverboard, would the Star Lancer Max make more sense over the Phoenix? Yes, even though it's got less firepower. It's more practical. I can have the Rock, I can have the Nursa, I can still have cargo. You know, I've got liverboard space, I've got turrets on there for people who want to come aboard, just like I do with the Phoenix. The only difference is it's not going to be as nimble or agile as the Phoenix, and it doesn't pack as much of a punch. The TAC will replace the Phoenix because medbeds. Well, the TAC's there for group activities. The TAC's there for group activities. Again, this is, you know, something you could take out solo, obviously, but, you know, it's really designed for multi-crew. And so that's why it's up here in the, you know, the multi-crew sort of wing of CCI. But as for my daily driver, you know, if I'm just out there wrecking stuff, I'm going to be in the F8. And if I'm going to be out there running bunkers, then I'm going to be in the Star Lancer Max with the Nursa. I mean, I guess I could take the TAC out, but... I don't know, ladies and gentlemen. I think at this point, I really like this fleet. The only thing that I'm not sure about I'm really, you know, I really just want to consolidate things. I really like the simplicity of playing on Argo's account or on Curtis's account, where they both only just have access to one ship. It makes things easy, right? You know, there's not endless choice. There's no scrolling through going, oh, you know, which ship should I take? What should I do? You know, each of these ships has a specific purpose, and there's only one of them. There's only one combat ship. There's not a freaking Buccaneer and Arrow and Hornet and whatever, however many other combat-orientated fighters I have. Each of these ships serves a purpose, and they're all unique in terms of serving that purpose. Yes, there's some mild doubles up and stuff. So it's a difficult choice. Keep the Connie, you reckon? I mean, it's a Phoenix, right? You know. I do enjoy flying the Connie series. I spent a lot of time in my Andromeda in the early days. Rock mining, fighting. I'm not too fussed about not being able to have, you know, both the Rock and the Nurser in the ship. Again, because if I'm in combat and I'm fighting in combat and the ship's destroyed, the med bed or the Nurser is useless. It's only useful if I'm doing bunkers, right? And if I'm doing bunkers, I'm probably not rock mining. However, it's nice to be able to switch back and forth, and we do that sometimes. You know, without having to go and reload or change ships out and stuff. You know, change the configuration. Whereas the Star Lancer, I can just put all of this stuff, minus the links, right? Obviously, that comes with my Phoenix. These two vehicles are not difficult to put inside the Star Lancer Max at the beginning of a session or after it's been destroyed and I need to, you know, re-equip the ship. So from that perspective, in terms of my daily driver, the Star Lancer Max with the Rock and the Nurser in it is a wonderful all-rounder. Packs enough punch, can hold some cargo, can go rock mining, can do some bounties, can, you know, do some bunkers. It's obviously not going to be as agile, but, you know, when I'm interested in, you know, those more agile experiences, then I can take my F8, right? And then, you know, I've got my... Why can't we move multiple things together, man? It's so annoying. I'm sure there's probably a way, I just don't know what it is. And then I've got my luxury bonuses. And he puts his rock mine with a Nurser. This is a solid fleet. This is a solid fleet. You know, it does what I need it to do, both from my own personal perspective as well as giving me options, again, you know, for running, you know, group activities on Fridays or you know, whatever day we choose. And, you know, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter, right, if I melt the Phoenix, because it's going to be there in my buybacks. I can get it anytime I want it. Obviously, the Rock I can buy in game. The Ursa I can buy in game. The Fury I could probably buy in game. So the only things I really have in my pledge are the big ships, right? Crunchy Peace, how are you, my friend? I hope you're having a great evening too. I'm having a wonderful evening. We're just naffing about. We had a wonderful outing aboard my CARRACK, the Queen Charlotte. Did a whole bunch of little pottering around, basically. Got some fancy new duds from Orison. Hey, shiny. And now I'm just messing about with my fleet, right? You know, now that I've got all of my tech shit sorted out here, and you know, we can get some activities happening on Discord again. You know, I'm keen to just get my fleet sorted out. Really just crunch it down and consolidate it. I mean, if we you know, there's a lot of loaner ships in here right now, and but you know, there's just so many things in here that I don't use. Like, I've never been out in this Titan, right? I'm pretty sure one of these Titans is from a starter package. The other one, I don't know where it's come from. I never take this arrow out. It's a loaner for something. I've had it from the day one, from the very beginning. The Pisces is a lovely little ship, but honestly, you know, outside of being a taxi, you know, what do I use it for? The Pisces Rescue, these I might have even bought in game. Who knows, right? The Hornet is great fun to fly around in, but I've got the F8 now. The Banu Defender is a loaner for something. The Nomad, who knows where all of this shit comes from. The A2, you know, again, we can replace that with the TAC, and, you know, I can melt that, gives me $700 back or whatever. Same with the C2. C2's $400 or whatever it is. Oh no, actually we're keeping that. That's in our fleet. I don't even know which ones of these I've pledged for. I know that I pledged for a Cutlass Red at some stage. That was quite recent. I was like, I want a Cutlass Red. I've got credit. I'll just get it. Who the hell knows, man? The Melon Archimedes come with both the Phoenix and the Andromeda. The Fortune we picked up because it was the new ship and people wanted to have a look at it. I don't know why I have a Hull C. Never used it once. Who the hell knows? Yes, you know, obviously I can look in my hangar and I'll know, but, you know, from just crunching my fleet down into just what I need and what's functional and what's covers all of my bases, this is a good looking fleet to me. Plus, you know, it gives me extra cash buck dollary dues for you know, the upgrades in the future. All of these I already have, but you know, if we melt them, they'll be in my buybacks. I don't think I've melted any of these. This is probably where a whole bunch of the freaking loaners and stuff are coming from. That's it, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a huge amount of fun. I've had a great time tonight as we potter around aboard the Queen Charlotte and just chill out for a couple of hours while we kill some time on this Sunday night. But it's almost 7:30. It's time for me to get my daughter up for school, and then it's time for me to go to bed. I have no idea when I'm working this week, but I guess I need to find that out. Mr. Crunchy Piece, damn, you got a lot. All I got is a Golem starter LTI, Alts Geo, the Atlas Geo with LTI, and a Raft with LTI.
Goodbye.
Dazzler and my friend 07s. Yeah, I'm not too concerned about LTI anymore. You know, that's just a rabbit hole that CIG have dug for themselves, and this will have very little consequence in the game at the end of the day. It's been absolutely wonderful. Let me see if I can find somewhere on the old Twitcheroo to send these lovely people who've been spending their time with me this evening. And for the handful of people who've been chilling out on YouTube with me tonight, thank you so much for the 12 likes over there on the old YouTube. There hasn't been a huge amount of interest on YouTube tonight for my random adventures, which is perfectly fine. All right, let's see if we can find somebody random, hey? I don't know why I get recommended so many German streamers. All right, I'm going to send you over to this guy, Admiral Pokes. 18 plus, Sunday, and pushing through severe itis. It's headhunter rep grinding on day 2. I'll send you over to this chappie. No idea who he is, but I'm sending you his way. Join the raid if you like. Get those extra Tim Tams. Thank you so much. It's been an absolute pleasure. Let's jump into here now while we say our final goodbyes. I hope everyone has a wonderful week. I will see everyone towards the end of the week. Yeah. That's about it. Appreciate you all. Thank you to everyone who's resubscribed during the session tonight. You guys are all legends. It's been super, super fun. Thank you to bloody Flossie for giving out 5 community subs. What a legend. Motherfig gifting out a sub to Dogs13. All right, kicking off that raid. I'll see everyone later on. Take care. See ya.